never slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams into modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread.
Anything we need to take up before we get to jury in? Thanks. I'm oblivious, but you already know that, so. Now we're ready for the jury? Do you think they're ready? All rise. Let's be seated. Good morning to you all. All right, let's take a roll. How's everybody feeling this morning? Everybody good? All right, good deal. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you had a good evening last night. Got lots of rest this morning. Let me ask you, did anybody have any difficulty following the court's instructions last night about what you could and could not do? All right. Was anyone approached by anyone who wanted to talk about the case at all last night? Everything good as far as you know? Nobody watched the stream repeat of the trial or any portion of it yesterday? Okay. All right. Very good. I think we is? Did you say Chris Naifeh? Naifeh, I believe. Off and on. Power out, man, thrown them all for a loop. You can have mine, I don't need it. I forget to turn it on most of the time, but I think it's wired in. How you doing? How you doing? She'll be back in just a second. Any of you all know anything about microphones? How many deputies do you think it takes to fix a microphone? I mean, I mean, there's a joke in there somewhere. I know. It's all right. Tell you what, let's let Mr. Knifey go back to the hall and sit for just a minute until we get this fixed. We'll get you right back in. Y'all just sit tight because I know you want to see how this comes out, too. I'm gonna let the jury go back to the jury room. I thought it'd be a quick reset, but I don't know what it's gonna be. So we'll be in recess till we can get things ready to go for you, okay? All rise. All right, we'll be in recess for a few minutes then. Got a suggestion. This one's working. Right, it's a wireless. What's that? Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask too. If we have to do that, maybe we can get the podium a little bit closer over here to the witness. So the jury can hear. Right. You think you can pick them up if we do that? Okay. Yeah. about the TVs? Are they working okay as far as you know? Seems to be something with these wires, just good to know. which
All
one?
rise.
Oh, it is. Mine's one. Let's be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've improvised a little bit. We're ready to move on. I'm ready. All right. Bear with me.
Mr. Chris Nate.
That's right. That's where we left off. We're trying to get
If you can't hear me, let me know. It's being recorded right here, or preserved, but it's not a microphone. And we really want to get close and personal with the witnesses. So,
There you go.
Mr. Nate.
Mr. Knight, could you raise your right hand, please, sir? You swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, sir, have a seat.
Good morning, Mr. Nate.
Morning.
Can you hear me pretty good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We moved up a little closer because of our microphones, so let me ask you a few questions. Back in October of 2011, where did you live, sir?
I lived on 207 Harness Road.
Harness Road?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that close to where the Swifts lived?
Yes, sir.
How close were you to where the Swifts lived?
Maybe a football field.
Were they your, I guess, your next neighbor on the same side of the street?
Yes, sir.
If you go out and stand on your porch and look to the front of your house, were they on the left or right of your?
If I was at my garage looking out towards the road, they was on the left.
Was Millstill Highway on your right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess have you lived there for a number of years back in October of 2011?
Yes, sir.
Had the Swifts lived there for a period of time?
Yes, sir.
You had occasion to see them and communicate with them?
I communicated with David mostly. I never did know Miss Swift. I did see her jogging down the road, but I never talked to her.
Was there a Mr. Hawkshooter that lived in around where you lived?
Yes, sir. He lived right across the street.
Now, do you remember when Karen Swift went missing?
Yes, sir.
Was that October the 30th of 2011 to your recollection?
Yes.
Were you at home that weekend?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember it because of the activity, or what makes you remember it?
The day, I think it was on a Sunday, because me and my wife went to church. And when we went out on Harness Road, I seen Miss Swift's vehicle over there. We turned toward her vehicle and went around it, because it's me and my wife and my kids. We was going to Glendale. And I did notice it had a flat, but I thought, somebody had done picked her up, she's at home. I mean, I didn't think nothing about it. So when we come back, the vehicle was still there. And later on that evening, David had come over and talked to me and asked me if he had seen his wife, and I said no.
If he had seen or you had seen?
Me, if I had seen his wife.
And later on, did you notice the sheriff's department around the vehicle or on the street?
I do not recollect that.
Okay. You remember that law enforcement came down there after that?
Yes.
Now the night, I guess you woke up on Sunday morning, you and your wife and kids went to church. Was that Was that mid-morning, or can you give us a time when?
That was, we had to be there about 10 o'clock, so it was about 9:30.
Now that night, the night before, had you and your wife been home and spent the night at home?
Yes, I was there.
And did you hear any unusual sounds that night, like a flat tire going down the road, or a fight, or an argument, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Do you have dogs?
I do,
And,
or I did.
okay. And do you have dogs inside and outside?
Yes, sir.
Or you did back then?
Yes, sir.
And have you been in the house before when the dogs have barked, and is there somebody around or something going on?
Yes, sir.
I mean, are your dogs, how does that work? Do they?
Most time, if my dogs outside was barking, I had 2 inside dogs, and one of them was a Carrion Terrier, and the other one was I believe a Feist, and they would bark because the outside dogs would be barking.
Did your dogs wake you up, or you hear your dogs barking that night
No,
into the early morning of Sunday?
no.
Now, before that, well, let me finish with, you saw David that Sunday.
I did.
He came to you're saying he came to your house?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice anything about his leg or how he was walking?
He had a knee brace on, and he had crutches.
And you and him had a conversation, and then did he leave?
Yes, sir.
Now, before that, had you had knowledge that David was going through a divorce?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a conversation, or he come to your house and talk to you about that before this?
He had come over. I want to say his wife went on vacation or with the kids, and he had come over and talked to me about they had left, and that she filed for divorce.
Did he ask you for some? Did you help him do something or give him some information?
My brother was a lawyer, and he asked me.
What was your brother's name?
Tim Nafy.
Okay.
And he asked me, would he take his case? And I said, I'm sure he would. Just we can call him and make sure. Or if I remember right, I think I did call him and ask him.
Ask who?
My brother, if he would talk to David, and he said yes. That they would set up a time and him come in and they'd talk about it.
And I guess right after that, you gave him your brother's number or arranged for them to talk. Did you have an occasion to be down at your brother's office and notice anything?
Yes, he come to my brother's office.
Who came?
Mr. Swift came to my brother's office, and when he come in, which he was on a crutch and had a knee brace on.
And were you just happened to be at your brother's law office?
Yes.
Now, after that, well, let me ask you about things that occurred before Miss Swift ended up missing. Was there an issue about problems with your dogs and the Swift dogs?
Yes.
Would you just tell us a little bit about that? Can y'all hear me?
Mr. Hogshooter lived across the road, and he had, I don't forgot what day it was, but he had mixed up some Ivomac, some fly bait, and rat poison with some K-Row syrup and powdered sugar, and put it in a bowl and put it outside. And my dog went over there, and my dog and Mr. Swift's dog went over there and ate that stuff, and it killed my dog. Mr. Swift, they took their dog to the vet, and it lived. But
To your knowledge, did Karen Swift have some involvement?
she's the one that found it in his house because she looked through the window.
You talking about Karen Swift?
Karen Swift looked through the window
The window of whose?
of hog shooters.
Well,
Objection can be sustained unless he has personal knowledge.
and I agree. We only want to talk about what you saw,
Okay.
okay, or what you, and I guess did you have an occasion to see Karen Swift go over there?
No.
Okay. And obviously you and your family were upset. Were you upset about the dogs?
Yes.
And did you ever personally go over to Mr. Hogshooter's property or observe anything?
Not that I can recall.
And your wife was involved too?
Well, let me rephrase that. I did go over there that night, and I did look through the window and seen the stuff on the counter, because I know what Alvamec is. It's for swine.
I know, but let's make sure, we just want to talk about what you did and what you saw.
Yeah, I went
Just to
over
be
there, and
fair.
I did see the stuff on the counter.
All right. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Hogshooter?
No.
Okay. And was law enforcement involved after that?
Yes, I called them.
Now, after Karen Swift is missing that Sunday, you said that David came to your house. Were there other occasions when David Swift, after that, in the days following, came to your house with his family?
Yes.
And, give me a time frame and just kind of tell me about it?
It was after she went missing, and I think the TBI, or I don't know who it was, because I was not.
Let's don't say what you're guessing.
Okay, it was law enforcement that went in his house.
Did you see the cars down there?
Yes.
And
He would come over to my house because he didn't have anywhere else to go. This was about 7 o'clock at night.
when he came over, was anybody with him?
One time both his daughters were, and I believe his son was.
And when he came over, did he come over for a certain purpose?
Yeah, they had told him not to be there.
So he just came to your house, and did he stay there for a period of time?
Yes.
All right. And did that happen more than once?
Yes.
And I guess, did you just give him a place to wait until they were gone? Is that what you did?
Yes, I did.
And I guess the times that Mr. Swift and his family came down there, it was just whenever that happened, the 2 times that you recall.
Yes.
Now, when you saw him in the days after Karen Swift went missing, did you notice anything about his leg or his walk?
He did have a brace on, and he was on crutches.
Now, after Karen Swift went missing, and in the days and weeks after that, you were the next house down were you the next house down from him going towards the Millsfield Highway?
Yes. My house and Hog Shooter's house is across the road.
But you're on the same side as the Swift house.
Yes, sir.
Did you smell any harsh chemicals coming from the Swift house?
No.
Did you see Mr. Swift carrying a bucket or carrying anything suspicious around?
No.
Were you there when Mr. Hogshooter got arrested?
I don't recall when he got arrested.
Okay. Now, where did you work at the time?
I worked at Reelfoot Lake Ridge Utility Planning District in Soundburg.
Now, did you have an occasion to go down the Millsville Highway a certain way towards the Bledsoe Cemetery?
Yes. That's why I went back and forth to work.
Was that your normal work route?
Yes, sir.
And did you drive that every work day?
About every day, twice a day.
Now, after Karen Swift went missing and before her body was found, do you know where the Bledsoe Cemetery is in the cross?
Yes,
Is it a place that you're familiar with seeing as you
Yes.
drive by it?
yes.
Did you see anything unusual that you thought was unusual after Karen Swift went missing before her body was found?
I did see Mr. Darrell Sells there on 2 occasions.
All right. When you say you saw him,
I would like to know if he knows Mr. Darrell Sellers personally, or did someone tell him that was Darrell Sellers?
we're going to establish.
You're going to establish the foundation.
Now, did you see this person more than once?
I did.
Now, let's talk about the first time you saw him. You saw this person. Now, when you first saw this person, what did this person appear to be doing?
He was on the side of the road, walking up down the road. On the left side, like if I was going from the cross to my house, he was on the left side of the road, in the ditch, kind of.
Was he on the side where the cross was?
Yes,
Was he? Are you familiar with that cemetery and where the cross is?
yes. Well, I am familiar. I mean, I never have been in the cemetery, but I went by there every day.
No. Did you see this person near the area where the cross is?
Yes,
And when you first saw this person for the first time, did you know who this person was or recognize him?
no, sir.
What did you notice about the person?
He was an elderly person, and he had glasses, and he was just on the side of the road. I wondered why he was there.
And this was 11 years ago, though.
Yes,
Now, did something about it seem unusual to you?
not at the time.
Now, did you get a look at the person on that first occasion?
I did.
Did you later see any, as you're driving back and forth to work, and other times, other days before Karen Swift's body is found, do you see anything out there unusual involving this
I
person?
did see him again with a metal detector in the same spot.
You know, were you by yourself this time?
No,
Who was with you?
my ex-wife.
And where were y'all going?
We was coming from church.
Okay. And was this person that you saw the first time, y'all hear me? This person you saw me the first time, were they in the same general area?
Yes,
And was it near the cross before you get into the cemetery? The cemetery,
Yes.
is the cemetery on back off the
it
road?
is.
Are you going towards Tiptonville or coming back?
I'm just coming from the cross to my house.
Okay.
And
so,
there's a road that goes to the cemetery on the left.
okay. Now, you're on your driver's side facing this, are you on your driver's side facing this person?
Yes,
And can you look over and see this person?
I did.
And on this occasion, was your wife with you?
She was.
And did you notice whether or not it was a different person or the same person?
It was the same person.
And was your wife with you?
She was.
Now, after that, you and your wife talked then, right?
We did.
And you and your wife had a conversation about that person?
Yes.
And
I'm going to object at this point, I think he's getting ready to get into hearsay, we're going to backdoor that. And I only, we're asking that he testify for what he knows, not what anyone else told him.
no, I'm going to set the foundation, I'm going to front door it, so let me just ask the question. You and your wife had a conversation. Don't say what she
Yes,
said.
believe me.
Did you and your wife have a conversation when you passed by this person in the
When
cemetery?
we went past him the second time,
Don't say what she said. Let me just answer the question. I'm trying to obey the rules of evidence. So you and your wife, did y'all talk about this person after that?
Yes,
And then did y'all continue your trip?
yes,
And after that, but not just talking to your wife, did you have an occasion after, did you remember when Karen Swift's body was found? Did you hear about it?
yes.
And I guess, what did you hear about where her body was found? Was it in a certain location?
Yes, it was at the cross behind, or it was behind a log in the cutscene.
Right, but did you hear that it was at a certain cemetery or a certain field?
Yes,
And was that the same cemetery that you drove past?
yes.
All right, and what's the name of that cemetery? Is it Bledsoe?
Bledsoe.
Okay. And did you see media reports and news reports after that?
Yes,
And besides talking to your wife, which we don't want to get into right now, did you see something on the news that sparked your memory?
yes. Darrell Sells was on the news. Down, I suppose he was down where they had found her, because it was all over.
Just
1 second. I'm gonna check, I want to know how he knows that Darrell Sells on the
Okay. Now, did you see a person on TV?
Yes,
Did they have their name, or did you listen to the interview?
yes.
Did the person say their name, or was it underneath their picture?
I believe that he said he was Darrell Sells.
And did you listen to that on the news?
It's been 11 years ago. Yes, I did listen to it, but I don't remember what he said.
Right, but did you see something about seeing him on the news that sparked or made you remember?
I seen him there at the cross.
Right. Was that the same person you saw on the news?
Yes,
And did he, to your knowledge, did he say his name on the news?
yes.
Besides those two occasions, did you, before Karen Swift's body was found, did you see anything else unusual at the cemetery?
I did see a woman there in the same spot with red hair.
Was that with the same times you saw this other person we talked about? Or
Yes.
Was she with this person you just
No.
identified as Darrell Sells?
No, she was by herself.
Okay. And after you learned that they found Karen Swift's body near the Bledsoe Cemetery, is that what made you sort of think about this?
I thought it was kind of odd.
And you didn't see him grabbing a body or anything, did
No.
you? But
No.
you saw him in that general area?
I did.
Just 1 second, I'm almost finished. Just 1 second. Thank you, sir. The prosecutor may have some questions.
Morning, Mr. Nathan.
Morning.
Mr. Nathan, you testified that you didn't actually know Miss Swift, right?
Did not.
Okay. If you didn't know Miss Swift, why would David come ask you if you had seen her?
Well, I did see her run up down the road.
Okay.
But I mean, as far as ever talking to her, I didn't talk to her.
Okay. Did you ever see her out in public or anything like that very much? Okay. All right. So, did you not think it was odd that he was asking you if you'd seen her, since you're not somebody that ever really has contact with her?
I mean, I don't really think it was odd. I think he was trying to find his wife.
Okay. Now, you talked about your dogs barking. How many dogs did you have outside?
I had two.
Okay. And did they stay in the yard, or did they just roam the neighborhood?
They roamed the neighborhood.
Okay. So you don't actually know if your dogs are even outside at the time, if a car came down the road with a flat. You don't even know if your dogs are out there at that time to bark, do you?
Most of the time they stayed at the house.
But you don't know that they were, do you?
No.
Okay. So it's possible that a car could have come down the road with a flat tire, the dogs were not there and never barked.
It's possible.
Okay. Now, you said that Mr. Swift came down to your house to talk to you when the divorce was filed. Is that right?
When she filed for divorce.
Yes, when she filed for divorce. And she was on a vacation at that time.
Supposedly. I mean, that's
That's
just
what he told
what
you.
he told me.
Right. Okay. Was he on crutches when he came down there?
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been somewhere around October 10th.
I don't remember the time frame.
All right. It's been established in the record already that he picked up service on October 10th. Would that be about the right time?
Your Honor, he's asking for a conclusion.
I don't really know.
Your Honor, for the record, he's asking for a conclusion. You can ask him about the date and time frame or a reference, but he's asking for a conclusion based on something that this witness doesn't know about.
Objection overruled.
Okay. So would it surprise you that since he was at your house on October 10th on crutches, that he didn't actually get hurt until October 25th?
I don't know.
Okay. So he was at your house on crutches before he actually got injured?
Yeah, I knew he had a knee injury before.
Okay. Now, you said that you didn't see Mr. Swift carrying a bucket. Is that right?
No.
Did you stay outside 24 hours a day watching his house?
No.
So it's possible he would have been carrying a bucket at a time you were not out there watching, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And then same thing with the chemical smell. You said you didn't smell anything chemical, anything that was a chemical odor coming from the house.
No.
Could there have been something coming from the house that smelled like that when you were not at home?
Anything's possible.
Okay. Now, you talked about this gentleman walking on the side of the road. Was he right on the edge of the road?
He wasn't really on the edge. He was kind of in the ditch a little bit.
Close to the road, though?
Yes.
Okay. And was he walking up and down the road?
He was, when I went past him, he was just right there in one spot.
Okay. Where was that spot?
It was before you turn into the cemetery road. Back this side towards the cross.
Okay. Was he closer to the cross or closer to the road by the cemetery?
Close to the road by the cemetery.
Okay. Now, what about when he had a metal detector? Where was he at that time?
Same spot.
Okay. Same spot back by the road.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see him up? You know where the road goes up to the cemetery?
Mm-hmm.
When you get right to the road that turns into the cemetery, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you look to your left, up by the bluff by the river, halfway between the cross and the cemetery,
Okay.
you have an idea of what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? He wasn't up there in that area, was he?
No.
Okay. Wasn't anywhere near that, was he?
No.
And you said you saw a redhead. Was she in the cemetery or?
She was at the same place he was.
Okay, and she was by herself.
Yes.
Okay, so more than one person have visited that spot then, is that right?
Yes.
That's all, Your Honor.
No more questions of this name.
What do I have to make you step in and speak?
Angela Gibbs. Angela Gibbs.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. All right, have a seat, please, ma'am.
Go on, let's go. That's the court. All right. Can y'all still hear me? All right.
Yes, sir.
Did you tell everybody your name?
My name is Angela Gibbs.
Back in 2011, what was your last name?
Last name was Nafy.
Were you related to Chris Nafy back then?
Yes, I was his wife.
Where did you live back then?
207 Harness Road, Dyersburg, Tennessee.
Do you know who the Swifts are?
Yes, sir.
Where did they live in relation to where you and your husband lived?
They were my neighbors.
Were they the neighbors on your, if you're standing on your front porch looking out toward the street, is that Harness Road?
No, looking from my garage to the street at Harness Road,
Okay. Are they to your left or to your right?
to my left.
And are you on past where they live going towards the Millsfield Highway?
Sir,
Where you live, are you closer to the Millsfield Highway than
Yes,
they
sir.
are? So they're on past you?
yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, was there an issue about you and your husband's dogs at some point in 2011 before Karen Swift went missing?
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, from what you personally saw or observed, what was the issue with the dogs?
The issue with the dogs was that
The issue with your dogs?
what I remember was that our dogs they roamed free. We lived on 10 acres. So they came and went as they pleased. Everybody's did in the neighborhood.
Y'all live out in the county?
Yes, sir.
And let me just break it down. Did Mr. John Hogshooter live close in relation to where you did?
He lived directly across our driveway.
Did something happen to one of your dogs?
Something happened to 4 of our dogs. And we found two of our dogs dead.
Now, did you have an occasion to go over to Mr. Hogshooter's property and observe anything?
No, sir, I did not go on his property. I went to my mailbox, and that's where I observed anything if I could. But no, sir, I did not go on his property.
Can I ask, did your dog come back to your property and you find your dog that died?
I was working in St. Louis at the time that my dog died.
But if you didn't see it or observe it, then I don't want to ask you about it.
Okay.
Now, did you have a time to come home after that? Did you come home and see anything about the dog that died?
My husband at that time, Chris, already had buried her by the time I got home.
Now, after that, did you have an occasion to go to court or be involved with the dog poisoning case?
I spoke with a federal investigator. I did not go to court.
Now, did you have conversations, I'm not asking what you said, but did you talk to Karen Swift during this time or observe Karen Swift come over to your property to talk about the dogs?
I don't recall.
Okay. You know what Karen Swift looked like?
Yes, sir.
Had you talked to her before?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen her on your street or been to her house or her to your house?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you home on the weekend that she went missing?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the day she went missing?
Yes, sir.
Is that why you recall it? Because you heard she was missing?
No, I didn't know she was missing at the time.
Okay. What made you recall it?
We thought we were on our way to church, and we went down Harness Road and turned on Millsfield Highway, and her car was at the end of the road, and I was like, that's Karen's car.
Did you recognize it from her
Yes.
driving it? Had you seen her in it before?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And I asked my husband then to circle around and make sure everything's okay. And it wasn't, like she'd had a wreck or anything. So from there, we just, went on and went to church.
When you saw it that morning, was it that Sunday morning, was it on the church time, you're going to church time?
Yes, sir.
And did you see it when you came back?
No, sir.
And so you were at home the night before that?
Yes, sir.
Was your husband at home the night before that?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all have dogs at the house, inside or outside that night?
Both.
You had dogs that lived in the garage outside or outside the house?
Yes.
What about dogs inside? How many?
2.
Did you hear any noise or disturbance the night before you saw Karen Swift's car on the side of the road?
No, sir.
Is there anything about your dogs that they let you know things sometimes if people are around?
If the dogs outside were stirred up, the little dogs inside would start barking as well.
Did you hear anything like that night?
No, sir.
Did you hear any loud noises like a flat tire driving by
No, sir.
that night?
No, sir.
You were at home that night with your husband.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear anything out of the ordinary that night?
No, sir.
Do you have those lights that come on automatically if someone walks up to your house?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did you see any of those if somebody was walking down the street or walking down the road?
No, sir.
Did you have any idea that anything out of the ordinary was going on that night on the street in front of where you lived?
No, sir.
All right. The next day, that Sunday, when you and your husband, did y'all come back from church?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go home?
Yes, sir.
And were you home that day, that evening?
Yes, sir.
Were you there do you know what David Swift, do you know who he is?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen him before?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did he come by the house?
I do not recall seeing him that afternoon. Lots of times I go to sleep after I finish with Sunday lunch. I don't recall that.
Okay. Your husband was at home though?
Yes, sir.
And after that, in the days or weeks after that, did you have occasion to see David Swift come down to your home while you and your husband were there?
Yes, sir.
Can y'all still hear me? And did he come by himself or did he have others with him?
He have his children.
And before he came over, or when he came over, did you notice anything going on at his house that may have
Yes, sir.
caught? What did you notice?
His house was being examined by the sheriff's department.
Did you see the law enforcement cars?
Yes, sir.
And would David Swift and his family be there for a period of time at your house?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all just give him an opportunity to stay with y'all while he was waiting?
Yes, if they needed to be somewhere, they were our neighbors. Yes, sir.
Was it early in the morning or late at night, or would it be different times? Or
Different times.
was it ever in the evening sometime?
Yes, sir.
And in the days before law enforcement came over and David Swift came to your house with his family, were you home during some of those periods of times?
Yes, sir.
You just go work and then come home?
Yes, sir.
And the same for your husband?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever smell any strong chemical smells in relation to your house coming from the Swift residence
No, sir.
on the days that you were home or the days that you were there?
No, sir.
Now, when David Swift came over to your home, did you notice after Karen, did you see David Swift before his wife went missing in the days or weeks before or not?
I'm sure I did, yes, sir.
Did you notice anything about his physical condition or his leg?
He had an injury.
And how did you know that?
He had a brace, crutch. I mean, and I had worked in the healthcare field, and I just asked him, and that's what was going on.
Now, on the days that the law enforcement came over and they came over to your house, did you notice anything? Did he have his leg or he had his leg. Did he have his crutch or his brace, or did you notice?
What I can recall from that, because I was upset as well, is when David and the children came to my house. Everybody was upset. He wasn't able to carry his littlest daughter. His son had to do that because he was unable. And I do recall him holding onto the door facing to get up into the back door there. I remember that. Everybody was very upset, but he wasn't able to carry his littlest child.
All right. Now, after Karen Swift went missing, do you recall when her body was found? Did you learn about it through the news or somehow?
Yes.
That was a period of time, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
From what you recall. Did you have occasion to go with your husband sometimes past the Bledsoe Cemetery?
We traveled that road on our way to church and home from church. Because of her being there, we didn't go down that area. But yes, we went by that area going back and forth to church.
Before she was found, did you had occasion to ride with your husband when you saw something in the Bledsoe or around the Bledsoe Cemetery?
Yes, sir, we were on our way back from church.
And were you in the vehicle with your husband?
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe?
I observed a man with a metal detector at the place where it's called where the cross is, and there's a cross up there by the cemetery.
And I guess can you say an exact location or a close area where you observed this person?
It's a gravel parking area right off the side of the road as you pass the road to the cemetery.
Is there a ditch over there or?
Somewhat kudzu covers it up.
Yeah. Is it an area, is that where you observed this person?
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe the person doing?
He had a metal detector, and he was looking for something that a metal detector would detect.
And did you and your husband stop that day?
No, sir, we did not stop.
Now, did you have a chance to look at the person that you saw over there
Yes, sir, I did.
and get a good look at him?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you know the person or recognize the person?
I recognized the person.
And how did you recognize the person?
Because I was employed at a car detail shop when I was in college part-time, and I detailed this person's car. So when he would come and pick the car up, I would take his money and have a small conversation. He'd be on his way.
And had that happened more than once?
Yes, sir.
And did you know that person's name?
Yes, sir.
And the person you saw near the cross that day, was that the same person?
Yes, it was.
And what was his name?
Mr. Darrell Sells.
And as you're going past this person, did you have a conversation with your husband about this?
Yes, sir.
Did you say something about who it was?
I did. I told him who that was and wondered why on earth is he up here with a metal detector? I mean, that's odd.
All you can say is what you saw.
That's what I saw.
Now, did you have occasion later to see Mr. Sells on TV or in the media about?
Yes, sir.
Was his picture broadcast somehow?
Yes, sir.
And did you see that?
Yes, sir.
And I guess Or you just saw him over there one occasion or more?
Only once.
Okay. And that was before Karen Swift's body was found?
Yes, sir.
And after her body was found, did you understand it was near the Boathouse cemetery?
Yes, sir.
Just 1 second. Did you ever see a woman there if you were with your husband?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you recall when you saw the picture or interview of Mr. Sales, whether it was at the Boathouse Cemetery or somewhere else?
I don't exactly know that because there were so many different aspects of what was shown on television. I do not know.
And if you don't know, we don't want to ask you, so. Thank you, ma'am. Prosecutor may have some questions.
Good morning, Ms. Gibbs.
Good morning.
You were talking about the dogs that you have. You said usually if the dog's outside bark, then it will get the dog inside barking.
Yes, sir.
Typically, if early in the morning, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, if the dog's outside or not barking, the dog's inside typically don't.
No, sir. No,
Okay.
sir.
And your dogs outside didn't actually stay in your yard, did they?
At night, I cannot tell you that because I was asleep.
Okay. So they actually are free to roam.
Yes, sir. Free to
So-
roam.
Okay, so it's a good possibility if a car came down the road on a flat, your dogs could have been off somewhere else.
One dog possibly, the puppy knows. I feel confident being at a Great Pyrenees. She stayed close to home.
Okay, but at that time of the night, did you know for sure that she was out there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. And how far was your house from the road?
I can't accurately say, but I would say 50 yards.
Okay.
That's a guess.
Okay, all right. And you said that you had security lights that would come on, with they were motion detected? Okay. They would pick up 50 yards away, would they?
No, sir.
Okay. So if a person was actually walking down the road, it wouldn't make your security lights come on?
No, sir.
And and were you sleeping between 4:30 a.m. and 5:09 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if somebody was walking down the road, you wouldn't have seen them, would you?
If the dogs did not wake me up, no, I would not.
Okay. And you said that you did not smell a strong chemical smell when you were at home, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Possible there was a strong chemical smell when you were not at home, wasn't it?
That's always a possibility.
Okay. And you said that you saw David Swift before Karen was missing,
Yes, sir.
and he had a leg injury.
Yes, sir.
How long before she was missing was that?
I cannot honestly say. It's been a long time.
Was it days, weeks?
I'm sure I saw David once a week from the time he moved next door, period.
Okay. So, did he have the leg injury a month before she was missing?
I couldn't tell you the day he injured his leg. I do not have that knowledge.
Okay. And you saw a man with a metal detector by the cross.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that was Mr. Darrell Sells.
Yes, sir.
Isn't he an older gentleman?
He's older than me.
Okay. Wouldn't be, he may not be that old if he's older than you, so.
He's older than me.
Okay. Would it be fair to say at that time he would have been in his 70s?
Your Honor, she has personal knowledge.
I'm asking if she has personal knowledge.
Yeah, let's say, if she does, she can answer it.
Would it be fair to say that he would probably be in his 70s at that time?
Sure.
Okay. And you said that he was down by the road near the ditch.
I did not say that.
Oh, where was he?
I said where I saw him was in the gravel area where people park and looking in the gravel area with the metal detectors.
By
where I
the
stayed.
cross? Is that what you're talking about?
Where the cross is, yes.
Okay, not the road that goes into the cemetery.
No, where the cross is.
Okay. And that's a pretty good distance from where the cemetery is, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. So if your husband testified that he was actually at the road that goes into the cemetery, he would be incorrect about that?
No, he would not.
Okay, well, which one of you are right?
My husband saw him there more than one time. My husband and I only saw him when we were together one time.
Okay. I'm asking if he testified when the two of you were together, he saw him at the road that goes into the cemetery. Is he incorrect about that?
I recall seeing him in the parking area out where the cross is, and that area leads where the road, you can go to where the road is. I saw him where the parking area. When I identified him and wondered who it was, we slowed down and said, I know this person.
Okay.
Why is he here? That's all that I recall.
Okay, so your husband would be incorrect then?
On that occasion,
Okay.
because my husband stated to me, I've seen him up here.
Okay, but I'm not asking you about that. I'm
Okay.
asking if your husband said he was at the road that goes into the cemetery, and you say he was up a good distance away at the cross of the parking lot is, one of you is not right. So, are you correct? Was he up by the cemetery, by the cross?
By the cross, when we were coming home for church, in the parking, in the gravel area where people park and meet,
Okay, so
is
you're-
where I saw him.
So your husband maybe is mistaken then about where he saw him.
At that instant, when he saw him, that is what I'm stating. Yes.
Okay. You've seen other people in that area, haven't you?
You see a lot of people meeting up there.
Okay. All right, so it's not uncommon for a person to be there, is it?
Not uncommon for a person to be there.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Redirect?
That's all I have at this point.
And you can step in. Taylor, we're going to take a short break. All of the audio issues have been resolved favorably, so we're going to reset the podium, give you all a chance to take a break as well. So we'll be out for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10 to 30.
Judge, I'm not going to give up my outside voice now. I found it.
Good.
I remember when I was in the military, so.
Even I can hear you. I've told the television folks that they leave that microphone there as long as they need to continue the conversation. All right, let's be seated. All right, as you all can tell, we went over 10 minutes, but I don't think it was my fault. I was back here in my chair at the 10-minute mark, or maybe the 12-minute mark. That's fine, we're in good shape. Everybody feeling all right? Everybody doing well? Okay. All right, we're ready to call your next witness?
I am Judge.
All right.
Cade Butler. I think I found my outside voice, and I'm not going to lose it anymore. All right. Let me know if you can't hear me, though. Okay.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me, Mr. Butler?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions this morning?
Yes, sir.
And would you just tell everybody your full name?
Christopher K. Butler,
How old are you now, sir?
23.
Now, who is your father?
Kevin Butler.
Is he deceased now?
Yes, sir.
You remember when Karen Swift, hearing about when Karen Swift went missing back in 2011?
Yes, sir.
On the day that she went missing, do you recall being around that area with your father?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you mind if I ask you a few questions about it?
Yes.
What were you and your father doing that morning?
I was going hunting.
Now, where were you coming from when you were going hunting?
TC Lock Road going towards town.
Now, why were you going towards town?
Had to buy some orange. We didn't have any.
Now, how old were you at the time?
11 years old.
And y'all were going hunting. What sort of hunting were y'all doing in October?
Deer hunting.
And were you looking forward to this or excited about it?
Yes, sir.
Was it a certain? I'm not a deer hunter. But was it a certain style of hunt for you?
It was youth hunt.
And your father, was he going with you?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all have occasion to see a vehicle on the Millsfield Highway?
Yes, sir.
And will you just tell me what you observed as you approached the vehicle?
On our way to town or on our way from town?
Did you see it on the way to town?
Yes, sir.
Just tell me what you saw.
SUV. It was just, it looked like somebody had left it there overnight, honestly. You know, like it just been parked there for the night.
And you recall what time of the early morning this was?
Probably like 4-ish.
Okay. And if you're going deer hunting, again, I've only been like once, and it wasn't a very good experience. Did you go? Is the idea to go early or what?
Before daybreak, yes, sir.
But why? Because at daybreak they get out and move around more.
Yes, sir. Oh, they start moving.
All right. And so on the way going to Walmart, you're saying you saw this vehicle?
Yes.
And you saw the vehicle on the way to Walmart?
Yes, yes.
Now, did you just see it on the side of the road?
It was just parked in grass, like a little gravel area, and it was just parked right there.
And coming back after you went to Walmart, did you see the vehicle again?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice anything about the vehicle that was different this time?
Yeah, there was another vehicle there this time.
And did you see a person there?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what type of vehicle it was that you saw besides the vehicle on the side of the road?
It was a dark blue truck.
And did you see a person?
Yes, sir.
Were they outside the truck?
Yes, sir.
Where were they? Were they near the other vehicle, or do you recall?
I mean, he was on the passenger side of his truck at that time. Like here was the van, and then here was his truck, and he was on the passenger side of his truck.
Was he near the vehicle that was sitting there?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you know, he was. Here's the hood, and there's the back of that one. So I mean, yes, he was close to it.
And what did you notice as you and your father drove by?
Well, we was, we thought maybe he was hunting, so we slowed down, and whenever we slowed down, he put a pistol on the roof of not the roof, but the hood of the car, or truck, and we just, we kept going. We didn't, want to have no problems with the guy. If somebody shows you a pistol, you don't want to stop and see why,
Did you get a look at the person?
Yes, sir.
And as you drive by, is he on the passenger, or you're the passenger, I guess, aren't you?
Yes.
And the person, how would you describe him?
He was tall, and he had dark hair. I was a kid. I can't really tell you, facial features or nothing like that.
Did he appear to look anything similar to the person sitting here?
No, sir.
And after that day, did you see pictures on the news of different people involved with Karen Swift or related to Karen Swift?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an occasion at that time, back in 2011, to see a picture of David Swift or not?
Yes, I seen pictures of him back then, yes.
Did that person you see on the side of the road look like the David Swift you saw on the news then?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
Not at all.
Now, you and your father, where were y'all heading? Where did y'all go after you saw this person on the side of the road?
About 300 yards is where our house is, and we went there, and then in the backyard, there's a bunch of woods. And if you go in the woods back there, it takes you, if you go straight behind where her car was probably, in the woods directly behind it where it was hunting, just about.
Now, when you and your dad were coming back from Walmart, were you at Walmart very long?
15 minutes maybe, just long enough to grab the vest and, get out of there. I was trying to rush back out to Millsfield, to get set up.
Were you trying to get set up before daylight?
Yes.
And I guess, what do you recall about, was it daylight or right before daylight when you saw this person standing next to them?
It was daylight. We was running late.
Okay. Was it completely daylight, or do you know?
I mean, it was, yeah, just about, you know.
All right. And did you and your father go on and proceed with what you were doing, the hunting?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there something about seeing that person that upset you that made you remember it?
I mean, me and my dad, we just, you know, over the years, it bothered him, you know, and he just.
Well, wait a minute. I'm talking about that day. Did you react because of something about hunting or hunting in your area?
I was, you know, upset because, you know, people, I thought, you know, they were going to be hunting at first, you know, but, you know.
Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. You don't want to hunt in the same area with other people?
Yeah, exactly. Like, we thought we was going to be, they was going to be hunting in the same area. We was, you know, that's why we was stopping to talk to them.
Right.
You know, so yeah, I was upset because I thought they were going to be hunting right there where we was.
Right.
But, you know, after that happened, you know, we really didn't care. We just, like I said, we went on and done our thing.
Right. Later on, did you see police cars or hear that something was going on?
Yes, sir, later that day.
All right. And I guess you've been hunting for a while that morning.
Yes, sir, couple hours. We didn't stay too long because, I mean, we was late getting out there, you know.
Okay. And after that, in the days after Karen Swift went missing, did you and your father contact law enforcement?
My dad did, yes, sir.
All right. You did not?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay.
Our objection to what his father did, unless he can establish he has personal knowledge of that.
Well, I'm not going to ask you what your father said because. Yeah. All right. The prosecutor may have some questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Butler, you were actually 11 years old when all this happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said it was 4 o'clock in the morning when you first saw the car.
Around that time, yes, sir.
Okay, well,
Not on the dot. Now I can't tell you the
Well,
exact
how-
time. I said it was around. Yes, sir, around.
how
4.
close to 4 o'clock?
I mean, it could, you know, it was definitely a little bit after 4, probably. But 4 to 4:30, maybe. I mean, it wasn't, you know, just a big time difference, you know.
Okay,
But it was, you know, around 4, yes, sir.
okay. How long did it take you to get to Walmart?
10 minutes at most.
Okay, and how long were you inside Walmart?
Like I said, 15 minutes at most.
Okay, and then another 10 minutes back?
Mhm.
Okay, so that would have been around 5 a.m.?
Yeah, that's about, you know, daybreak, yes, sir.
Okay, and you said when you were on the way back, you saw a dark blue truck.
Yes.
What kind of truck was it?
I'm not sure. You know, me and my dad talked about it, you know, trying to, you know, could just, over the years, you know, after it got all brought back up, you know, we talked about it a lot. But I thought it was one thing and he thought it was another, so I'm not sure what kind of truck it was.
Okay, all right. So this is not just information that you know, this is stuff your dad's told you over the years.
I mean, no, I know the same information, you know, but I don't know what kind of truck it was, no.
Okay, was it a large truck, small truck?
It was a big truck, yes, sir.
Okay, and it was dark blue?
Yes.
Okay, and you saw the person on the passenger side of the truck?
Yes, I was standing outside, yes.
Okay, did you see him by the car?
By the car, like I said, the car was right here, the truck was right here.
Okay.
On this side.
And where was he standing?
On the passenger side of the truck.
Okay, not the car.
The car, I mean, the truck was, the car was in the same area as the truck.
Which way was the car facing?
Like this right here, and the truck, it was like this right here, like I just said.
I don't understand. So you said the car was on the side of the road?
Yes, sir.
Was it setting even with the road, or was it at an angle?
It was at an angle, and then the truck pulled in, and it was at an angle.
Okay, so the car was setting at an angle in the gravel road.
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't setting straight in the gravel road.
Yeah, it was not sitting straight. It was at an angle.
Okay, at an angle. Okay.
Yes, and
okay.
the truck was at an angle.
Okay. Would you be surprised that photos were taken that day and the car was sitting straight even with the road?
I mean, if I got it mixed up on that, I mean, do I remember 100% what way it was facing? No, sir.
Okay.
But I know how the truck was pulled up beside it.
Okay. So if you don't remember 100% about that, you don't remember 100% about everything else either, do you?
I mean, no, I do. I mean, I remember seeing the vehicles there. Yes, sir. I remember seeing the man there 100%. Now, telling you what the car looks like 100%, no. What angle they were facing, no.
Okay. What color was the car?
White. Or is it a white or a silver color? I'm not sure which one, but it was one of the two.
Do you know what color the truck was?
Yes, sir. I do know what color the truck was.
Okay. Do you know if that guy was just there checking on the car to see what was wrong with it?
I object because he's asking speculation of the person out there, what he's thinking. If you
What was
don't-
your question?
I'll rephrase it.
Okay.
Okay. It was possible that person just stopped to check on the car to see if anyone needed help, wasn't it?
I mean, if so, yeah, but the guy pulled a pistol up. I mean, that's why we kept going, you know.
Okay. Did you call the police when you saw a guy with a pistol?
No, sir, we didn't.
Okay, so you weren't concerned enough to call the police.
I mean, like I said, we just kept on going. We weren't going, we didn't want no trouble with them, so we just kept on going, minding our own business.
Okay, so if you thought it was going to be trouble, why didn't you call the police?
Because we minded our own business.
Okay. All right. And you said you watched the news
Yes, sir.
and you saw Mr. Swift on the news?
Yes.
Did you watch the news a lot when you were 11 years old?
No. I mean, sometimes, whenever we be playing.
Okay. All right. You
But
sure?
I wouldn't just, run down there, let's see what's on the news.
Okay. So what makes you remember seeing that then?
Because, I mean, the Karen Swift stuff was real big. I mean, I live right there where it all happened. I mean, everybody and their mama was, watching everything about it.
Okay. But you didn't see anybody actually do anything, did you?
What do you mean?
You didn't see anybody do anything to the car?
No.
Okay. You didn't see anybody, Karen Swift out there?
I don't know.
Okay.
I did not see her.
So when this gentleman was out there, Miss Swift wasn't out there, was she?
No.
Okay. So he couldn't have abducted her if she wasn't there, could he?
I mean, no.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if anybody was in the truck. I mean, I just know, I don't know if she was getting abducted then,
Okay.
I don't know what was going on.
All you know is you saw a truck.
Yes.
Okay.
I saw a man in a truck, and then I saw him pull a pistol on the hood, and we kept going.
Okay. Mr. Butler, you've actually had criminal convictions, haven't you?
Your Honor, we approach.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Butler, you've had criminal convictions, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've been convicted of theft, haven't you?
No, sir.
Okay. You haven't been convicted of theft under $1,000?
No, sir. Never been convicted of a debt. No, sir, I've not.
Okay. Have
General,
you,
just a minute.
yes, sir.
We're gonna let the jury go out for just a moment. Okay. All right. He can stay right there. He can stay there. All right, let's be seated. General,
Yes, sir.
when I pull the evidence book out, it does appear that 608 is going to require a jury out hearing before
Okay.
the convictions are brought to the attention of the jury. So let's, you go ahead and ask him
Okay.
about those right now.
Okay. Let me just get to it then. Mr. Butler, what have you been convicted of?
I've been convicted of assault on a police officer, a DUI, and I believe possession of paraphernalia.
Okay. You were actually charged with theft under $1,000, weren't you?
Yes, I was charged with it, yes, sir. But
What happened with that offense?
Sir?
What happened with that offense?
I proved myself innocent.
Okay. You had a trial?
I did not have a trial. No, the people, the lady let them know that I didn't do it.
Okay. You also were charged with theft over, hang on, let me get this right.
The one that you just asked me about, which was what? The theft over?
Hang on.
Just a moment.
Let me get back to it. Okay. The theft under $1,000 was this year.
Yes, I beat that. That got thrown out of court.
Okay. You've had multiple failure to appears.
I think I've had one.
Okay.
And I got indicted and I did not know that.
What happened to the aggravated assault?
It got thrown out.
What about the theft over $1,000?
It got thrown out.
And that was in January of 2022?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean it got threw out?
That's the one I was talking about where the lady called and let them know that it wasn't me that done anything.
Okay, well, what about the one that happened this year?
That right there, I didn't do anything there either, and that got thrown out of court in general sessions.
Can I say something?
Well, I mean, he's examining him right now, and he's explaining, so why don't you wait just a moment?
That's all, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
You answered what the prosecutor just asked you.
Yes.
That's all I have of him. If
You finished examining, with your direct?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, it already started.
Oh, are you just talking about for this exchange?
Yes.
They're still on cross. And so he's still on the stand. I may or may not ask questions, but I guess I'm just talking about the purposes of what the prosecutor brought up about alleged convictions without knowing that there was a conviction. You're not supposed to ask. If you want to hear argument, I'll argue it.
I think I understand the law there. The court's not going to permit any of the convictions or arrests are not appropriate for cross-examination in this matter. Now the question becomes, because it was asked in front of the jury, the question in my mind is what, if anything, do I need to do with the jury? Do I need to tell them to simply disregard the question about any prior
I think you
convictions?
get curative instruction.
I submit you should tell them to disregard it. And I would just ask for the record that if questions are going to be asked 608 or 609, that we have a jury out hearing. But it's convictions that are supposed to be asked about. And if you know it's not a conviction, or you don't know, you don't bring that up in front of the jury, because we want to do this right.
Now, look at 609. For purpose of attacking credibility of a witness, evidence that the witness has been convicted of a crime may be admitted if the following procedures and conditions are satisfied. One, the witness must be asked about the conviction on cross-examination. Does not necessarily require the jury out hearing that we have just done, because this is 609 is the limited impeachment by reason of conviction of a crime. 608 would apply to evidence of character and conduct, which may apply in an accusation of theft.
Yes, sir.
There, but
Judge.
any assault, the DUI, the drug paraphernalia, those are not appropriate for impeachment under these circumstances. And under 608, instances of theft or accusation of theft should not come before the jury. There, if we get into that with this witness or some other witness, I would prefer to deal with it initially before the jury hears it. If that, for both of you all.
And I will agree. Now, my obligation to the court and to the rules of evidence under 609, which is a conviction, is I understand that the rule is before I even ask the question of the witness, I've got to know whether there's a conviction. I've got to know myself that there's a conviction. I can't just ask, hey, do you have a conviction, and not know what I'm asking.
Court understands the rule very well.
And I ask the same of the state.
I understand. Okay, we're ready for the jury then?
All rise.
Ready? Let's be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, just before the break, you heard General Goodman ask the witness if he had any criminal convictions. You should disregard that statement. It's not part of our trial. So please put that out of your mind and don't think about it and don't refer to it again. All right, General, you ready to continue?
Yes, sir. Mr. Butler, when you came by that night and saw the vehicle, it was dark outside, wasn't it?
That morning?
Yes, sir.
When we went to town, it was, still, daylight hadn't broke yet.
Okay.
When we come back, it was not dark.
It was not dark when you saw the blue truck out there?
Yes, sir, it was not dark then.
Okay. And that was around 5 a.m.?
Yes, sir, around that time.
Okay. Would you be surprised to know that the sun actually didn't rise that day until 7:18 a.m.?
No, sir, I didn't know that.
Okay. So if that's correct, and the sun came up at 7:18 that day, it had to be dark when you came by, didn't it?
Unless it was later than that, then, when we come by.
Okay, so it may have been later in the day then, when you came by, not actually 4 in the morning.
Like I said, I was 11 years old. If I got the time of the day wrong, I apologize. But it was. I know whenever we went to town, it was dark, and when we come back, it was daylight.
Okay, so it had to be after 7 in the morning then, if it was daylight then.
It had to be after that, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect?
Do you recall that day whether it was 7 a.m. at daylight or not?
No, sir, I don't.
And you did you see the vehicle when it was still dark, when you passed it the first time?
The SUV, yes.
And was your testimony that when you saw it the next time, it was breaking daylight, whatever time that was?
Yes.
You weren't looking at a calendar or looking at a calendar back now is that all you saw
Is that all I saw? Was
that day?
Yes.
All right. That's all I have.
All right, you can step down, thank you.
Thank you.
You're free to go, sir.
Alicia Pig.
What was the last name, Mr. Taylor?
Pig, P-I-G-G. Ronnie is my outside voice. Y'all still hear me? Okay. John.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Just one second, ma'am. Are you Alicia Pig?
Alicia Myers, it was Pig.
Okay. And back in 2011, was it Pig?
Yes,
And did you know who Karen Swift was?
not at the time, but yes, I've met her once.
Did you have an occasion to see her back while she was still alive?
Yes,
Was there a house in Trimble that she was involved with cleaning that you lived near?
yes,
Can I ask you a few questions about it?
yeah,
Do you remember when she went missing, hearing that later she went missing?
yes,
Did you see her before that?
yes,
Did you see her a day or two before that, or?
I did.
And where did you live in relation to the house she was involved with? Did you live across the street or the same side of the road?
Yes,
Okay.
not on the same side of the road, but it was hard to explain. It was kind of like a T. And, yeah,
Okay. And did you have occasion to see her or talk to her?
I saw her every day, but I talked to her once.
Were you aware what she was doing at the house?
I knew she was cleaning it.
Was the house a house that somebody moved out of, or do you know?
Yes, they moved out of it.
Was it a Habitat house, or do you know at that
Yes.
time?
Yes, I knew.
And did you know whether or not the house she was cleaning was in pretty good shape or not?
No,
Okay. Now, you recall, was it the weekend that you saw her, or do you recall?
I don't think it was the weekend. I think it was right before the weekend.
Okay. And did you see her more than one day?
She was there every day.
Okay. And was that right before she went missing, or you heard that she went missing?
Yes, the day that I heard she went missing, she hadn't showed up.
Okay. Did you see her the day before that?
Yes,
And was she there for several hours that day before?
yes.
Now, if the day she went missing was a Sunday, what would have been the day that you saw her before that?
I saw her the Saturday.
Okay. And did you see her that Friday, the day before the Saturday?
Yeah, I talked to her the Friday, I do believe.
All right. Now, on Saturday, that day, did you see anybody else at the house besides Karen Swift or going into the house?
Her husband
And
and their daughter.
and did it appear? Did you see them going in the house, or what did you see?
When I first went outside, I just saw a car sitting there with her SUV. And then, because my parents live next door, and I went in their house. I came back out, the car was gone. And then my son wanted to go back outside after a little while, and the car was back, and I saw him get out of the car and go in the house.
Did you see him bringing food or some items to the house?
There was a bag.
Okay. And did you notice anything about him, how he was walking or what he was walking with?
He was walking on crutches.
All right. Did you see any children with him?
Yes, his daughter.
All right. And did you see him just go to the house that she was cleaning?
He attempted to. There was
Okay.
a dog that got loose.
Okay. Was it their dog?
Yes.
Okay. And did they try to get the dog?
The dog ran to my yard.
All
My
right.
son got the dog.
All right. Did they get the dog back?
Yes, my son gave the dog the
Okay.
leash to his daughter.
And did you get you saw the person?
They were in my yard.
Okay. And did he have crutches or crutch?
Yes.
All right. And did they go on to the house that his wife was cleaning?
As far as I know, I went back in.
Okay. And was that the extent of when you saw him that day?
That was it.
Okay. And the next day would have been a Sunday?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. They may have questions.
You're welcome.
Morning, Ms. Pegg.
Good morning.
Was anyone supposed to be at the house other than Karen?
No,
So Mr. Swift showed up anyway?
I assume yes.
You saw,
He was there.
I object to I assume.
did you see?
Unless she has personal knowledge of who was supposed to be there or not, I object.
That's not what she said she assumed to, Your Honor. She assumed Mr. Swift was not supposed to be there.
Unless she had personal knowledge and thought who was supposed to be at the house or not, it's an improper question. Lay the foundation.
Foundation has not been laid for her knowledge, basis for knowledge, so the objection will be sustained. If you can lay foundation, everything's good.
Do you know Mary Claire Hopper?
Yes.
Who is she?
She's the woman that was over the Habitat.
Okay. Did you ever talk to her about the house?
Not directly.
Okay. Do you know if did she ever tell you whether she wanted people there or not?
Your Honor, I object. She said not directly.
She can answer the question whether she did or not.
I think it goes to the weight. I think the jury can hear and understand what's being said.
Did she ever tell you that no one was supposed to be at the house?
No.
Okay. Did anyone tell you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
Karen Swift.
Okay. Karen told you no one was supposed to be at the house but her?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Swift showed up anyway?
Yes.
Okay. And he showed up on two different occasions?
The same day.
Right,
yes.
but two different occasions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice anything odd about the crutches that he was using? Did you have an impression about it?
My impression was he had them, but he really wasn't using them.
Okay. Didn't appear that he needed them?
I didn't think he did.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess instead of asking you about your impression, did you see him use his crutches to get out of the vehicle and to walk around?
No, not to get out of the vehicle.
Did you see him use them to move around?
When he walked from where the house was to mine.
Right. But you saw him use them when he left your area, didn't you?
Yes.
All right. So you're just sort of guessing. Is that right?
For my opinion, yes.
Okay. And we don't want guesses. We just want what you saw or observed.
That's my
Let's just
opinion.
ask a question.
All right. And as far as the vehicle, the prosecutor asked you about Mr. Swift being over there. You're saying you saw the vehicle that you believe that you saw Mr. Swift and his child get out of, go up to the house, and then are you saying that it left and then came back?
Yes.
And you saw Mr. Swift get out with his child with a sack?
Yes.
Objection, lady.
Did you see him get out with his sack?
Yes.
It could have been food items to bring to his wife,
Could have.
Okay.
I don't know.
but you just saw a sack.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Maybe you can step down, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead and call your next witness.
Ashley Swift. part two.
That's something I gave you.
What do you want to show? We need a jury out.
All right. We need the witness in or the witness out?
Probably witness out right now.
Okay, well, let's let her stay outside the courtroom now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. Remember, and I'd say this when I can remember to do so, don't form or express any opinion. You should not deliberate or talk among yourselves about the case at this time, okay? Thank you all. All right. All right, we can be seated.
Your Honor, the state intends to use, if needed, intends to use a forensic interview of Ms. Swift. It happened just a few days after Ms. Swift went missing. I've given a copy to the defense. I've advised them, but I think they want to see the actual video.
I mean, we need to make sure it's admissible and that the foundation's been laid. And obviously, the state objected to me asking the officer about his reports and stuff. And so it's probably best to have a jury out hearing and view the video and then state whatever objections we have, if you will, and your judge. All right.
You want me to listen to the audio? Is that what you're, or is it a video?
The video.
Okay.
Your Honor, as far as laying the foundation, I'm just going to ask her, is that you? Did you give that interview?
As far as, I'm just saying the foundation has to be laid in the rules of evidence. And if he's going to try to introduce it as extrinsic evidence, it has to be, those things have to be determined.
I'm not following, I'm not following what you're saying. I mean,
He's going to try to introduce the video as extrinsic evidence, I guess, of a prior inconsistent statement.
right?
And so it was a forensic interview after.
You're saying forensic interview, that has different connotations.
It's right. It's
What-
done.
What is it? What do we mean when we're saying forensic interview?
Well, it's like the Carl Perkins child abuse. So
This is not a situation where the witness has been accused.
I know that's the problem, and we just need to make sure about the video. If he's going to try to use it, we got to make sure it's relevant and it's the correct forum. And so
Let's watch the video.
Yeah.
How long is it, General?
The part I'm going to play is only 2 minutes.
Okay.
It won't connect to the system, though.
You're going to have to play the start where we know who's doing it and all that.
I'll be happy to play the whole thing, but
Okay.
okay,
Well,
that's fine.
here's the thing, if he's using it in cross-examination, Mr. Taylor, you know, he doesn't have to play it all, but you're entitled to play the portions that will make that passage appropriate or complete. It's not that we need an entire interview.
I agree, Judge, but if it's a forensic interview, which you know what a forensic interview is, we just need to make sure that
We're not dealing with we're not in a trial or dealing with a defendant who's accused of sexual assault of this witness.
we're not.
No, sir. No, sir, it's not.
Okay.
You know, this will not connect. I'm going to try to restart my computer to see if that makes a difference.
Take your time.
connect still.
Danny, and we want to just go up to over there and
Well, I need to see if it's gonna, we can get it to connect, because if he allows it, I need the jury to see it. Here.
objection? No, sir. Okay. It's jury,
That's the only thing that's playing.
that's the only excerpt,
Yes.
General? Okay. All right, then I'm hearing the objection's been withdrawn.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's rare. That's rare.
I know.
All right.
All right, let's be seated. You know you beat me down. Does it make you feel good? Victory's good. All right, I think you had called Ashley Swift.
I did, Judge.
Okay, let's get the witness in now, then. Now, or somebody's in.
If we could just take it off the screen from the jury and let it to you. Okay. Well, I'm talking about, if you're not gonna do anything more than that, you're okay. Just keep Danny's seal off of there too, if you can. All right. Would you tell everybody your name?
Ashley Swift.
And are you related to David and Karen Swift?
Yes, I'm their daughter.
And how old are you now?
I'm 22. I'm sorry.
It's all right. We're not.
It's okay. Take it easy.
We're going to take our time, okay? It'll be okay. Let me just ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Would you like some water or something?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. You're not used to testifying, so let me just ask you a few things, okay?
Okay.
Now, you remember when your mother went missing?
I do.
How old were you back then?
I was 9.
And were you close to your mother?
I was very close to her.
All right. And were you in school at that time?
I was.
About what grade was that for you?
I think 3rd or 4th grade.
And you lived at the house with your mother and father?
Yes, sir.
Was your sister living there at the time?
She was.
Is she older or younger than you?
She's younger.
How much younger, can I ask?
About 4 to 5 years. She's 18 right now.
Okay. And when y'all lived there, was your father working out of town?
He was.
Were you aware then where your father was working?
Yes.
And was that out of town?
It was. It was about 45 minutes away.
Would your dad be gone during the week, or was he gone during the weekend working?
No, it was just the week.
And your mother, do you remember, was she working sometimes during the period right before she's missing?
She would do like odd jobs as like landscaping or cleaning and things like that.
Now, where y'all lived at the house, y'all had lived there, I guess, a few years before your mother went missing?
Yes.
And you knew some of the neighbors or aware of some of the neighbors?
Yes.
Did you know who the Nathys were?
Yes, they lived the house before us.
And did you know where Mr. Hogshooter lived, or did you aware of him?
I was.
And in fairness, you were pretty young at this time.
I was, yeah.
And are there things that you don't have a real good memory of, details?
There are some things, but there are some things that I definitely remember.
Well, let me ask you about those. Do you remember a day or two before your mother went missing, going to stay with a friend at their house?
I do.
Was that the day before or a couple days before?
It was the Saturday.
And you remember what friend you went to stay with?
Yes, I do.
Was it Dyersburg?
It was like New Bern right there where Dyersburg and New Bern.
And were you intended on spending the night?
Yes, sir.
And is there some reason why you didn't spend the night?
So it was me, the girl's house that I was at, and another girl. And I feel like whenever you're young and you get in a situation with 3 girls, somebody feels left out, and I felt left out and just wanted to go home to my mom.
Was there something about a pimple or something that you...
I think I just kind of used that as an excuse to get out of there, but I really just missed my mom.
And because of that Saturday evening, did you call your mom?
Yes.
And what did you request of your mother?
I asked her to come pick me up to take me home.
And did your mother respond?
She did. She came and got me.
And of your own knowledge, did you know where your mother had been when you called her?
No, I didn't know where she was. I just knew that she was out with friends.
Did you know which friends, or
No, but
did your mother always explain to you where she was going, or tell you where she was going?
not always.
Were there some times that your mother would just leave and you would get upset?
Yes, there were many times where she would leave and I would beg for her to stay because she was gone all the time.
And did your mother come pick you up that Saturday night
Yes.
or early Sunday morning? Are you sure which?
I'm not 100% sure which, but I know that it was later into the night.
And then when your mother picked you up, did she pick you up in her car?
She did.
And where did y'all go after that?
We went home, back to our house where my sister and my dad were.
And do you recall getting out of the car or going to the house? Or do you recall everything about that night?
Yeah, we came into the house and we went to sleep in her bedroom, the master bedroom. Me and her went to sleep in the bed.
You slept in the same room as your mother?
Yes, sir.
All right. You know exactly what time it was that you got there?
I don't know the exact time, but I know that it had to have been into the night, past midnight.
As you and your mother come in the house, do you either hear or have contact with your father?
Yes, I remember him checking on us, making sure we were okay and that we got inside, and checking on my mom to make sure that she was okay.
And did you and your mother go to bed then?
We did.
And did you go to sleep pretty quickly, or?
Yeah, I fell asleep pretty quickly. I was tired, so being home with her.
Now, after that, did you aware of being moved or your mother getting up?
Yes, I remember her moving me in the middle of the night to my sister's room, in the bed with her.
In the bed with your sister?
Yes.
Is that on the same floor as your mother's?
It is. It's the bedroom right beside.
You recall it being your mother that moved you?
I know it was her. It was just instinct to know what your mother feels like and how that felt.
Okay. That's your best recollection?
Yes, sir.
And did you open your eyes and look, or?
I feel like I briefly, foggy, opened my eyes and just knew that I was being moved into another bedroom with my sister, but I didn't fully wake up.
Are you, do you know what your mother, whether she left or not after that?
I don't.
Now, after you got in bed with your mother and you got moved, you don't know if she went out and did things on the computer or downloaded pictures, do you?
I don't know.
All right. And I guess did you wake up sometime the next morning, that Sunday morning?
I did.
And what did you do?
I remember it was a little bit late because I was going to go clean the house with my mom that morning. And I knew that it was a little bit later into the morning than she would normally go do things because she was always up at 6, 7 a.m. going to do things. So I knew it was past time for that.
Did you feel like you had missed her?
Yes.
All right. Were you aware she was going to go somewhere and clean a house?
I was.
And were you intending on going with her?
I was.
Now, was your mother there when you woke up?
She was not.
And was your father there when you woke up?
He was.
And I guess after some period of time, on into the morning and on towards lunch, is your father at the house with you and your sister?
He was.
And did y'all leave at some point?
Yes, we left to go see somebody had told him where her car was.
And did you have any idea yourself who called?
Not at that point until he took us to that person.
Who was the person?
It was the Lambs, Jennifer Lamb.
All right. And before, you don't remember exactly what time that was that day, do you?
I don't remember.
Or that afternoon?
I don't recall.
Do you recall getting in the vehicle with your father and your sister and driving away from your house?
Yes.
And do you recall where y'all went?
We went to where her car was, and me and my sister stayed in the car.
Did your father get out?
He did briefly.
And did you observe him going up to the car, or did you observe him going in the car, or did you really notice or remember?
I didn't really pay attention. I think I was just talking to my sister in the car.
And y'all were there for a period of time?
It wasn't a long time.
Right. That's fair. Whatever you recall. And after your dad got back in the vehicle, y'all's vehicle, where did y'all go?
He took us to the mall to meet Jennifer Lamb.
And did she keep y'all or just entertain you? Or?
She just kept us for a little bit until we went back to her house.
And when your dad took you to the mall to Miss Lamb, did he leave y'all with her?
He did.
And he drive off in his car?
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point that day or that evening, did you go back to your house?
I did later on. First, we went to her house and waited because there was a search being done. And after they conducted the search of our house, we went back.
That's what you recall?
Yes, sir.
All right. You talked about you stayed with Miss Lamb until it was okay to come back?
Yes, sir.
Did your dad come get you, or did she drop you off, or do you remember?
I don't remember.
You got home somehow, but
I
you
did.
don't?
It was walking distance, so.
Okay. Now, after that day, you were aware that your mother was missing.
Objection, lady.
Let me ask this. After the day your mother went missing, were there things going on at y'all's house that involved law enforcement coming in that you noticed?
Still leading.
After that day, were there things going on at your house that involved law enforcement?
Yes.
And
They would come do searches at the house.
did that happen more than once?
It did.
To your knowledge, did it happen that Sunday or that Monday?
I don't recall.
And I only want to ask what you recall, okay? And then the days after that or the weeks after that, do you recall law enforcement coming to the house again?
Yes, there was a time where we were getting ready to leave, and I heard a knock on the door, and I looked outside, and there was a line of police officers with rifles lined up in our driveway.
And did y'all leave the house after that?
We did.
And where did y'all go?
I think we were planning on going to eat dinner, so we just went ahead and went and had dinner.
Did you know the neighbors, the Nathys?
Yes,
Did y'all ever go to their house?
we did.
Okay. Maybe, are you sure how many times?
I'm not 100% sure.
You were pretty young, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you did sit down and a lady did interview you, didn't she?
She did.
And she asked you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Now, did y'all at the Swift home at the time before your mother went missing, did y'all have dogs?
We did.
How many dogs did the Swifts have?
We had 2 before she went missing.
And was there an accident or something that happened to one of the dogs before your mother went missing?
Yes, sir. My mom accidentally backed over the small dog.
And was that near or around the garage area?
I don't recall 100% where it happened, but I do know that we brought the dog up and said our goodbyes close to the house.
And you had another dog?
We did.
Now, was there a swimming pool at your house?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall at that young age swimming out there?
I do. We had pools all my life growing up, and that's how we spent our summers.
And was it a in-ground pool or above ground?
It was above ground.
And did your mother use it a lot?
She did.
And did your mother, to your knowledge, clean the pool, or?
Yes,
And did other members of the family help with that?
I'm sure.
After your mother went missing, well, at the time, around the time before your mother went missing, were you aware that your father had a leg injury or not?
Yes, he did.
And I guess, did you see him on occasion before your mother went missing with an injury, or notice an injury?
Yes.
How did you notice him?
He had crutches and a brace.
And months before that, did you yourself know that he had injured his leg or not months before that?
Yes.
And that he had an operation months
Yes.
before that?
Yes, sir.
Since your mother's been missing, and since these years, have you continued with your education?
I have.
Yeah. Your father raised you and your family?
He did.
Did your father raise you and your family?
He did.
You have a brother?
I have 2.
Did they go on to school or college?
They did.
Your sister?
She's about to start school, college.
The prosecutor may have questions.
Morning, Ashley. I'm truly sorry about your mother. You were 9 years old when your mother went missing, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, your mom was sleeping downstairs, is that
Yes, sir.
right? And your dad slept upstairs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you usually sleep with your mother?
Most nights.
Okay. Did Keely sleep with your mother?
Some nights.
Okay. Did she also sleep with your father?
Some nights.
Okay. And the night that you came home on October 29th, or maybe an early morning, October 30th, Keely was actually sleeping upstairs with your father, wasn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay. Where was Keely's bedroom?
It was downstairs by my mother's.
Okay. Did she ever sleep by herself?
Rarely, but there were occasions.
Okay. So would you agree that it's a good chance she was upstairs with your father then?
She could have been, I don't recall.
Okay. But she rarely slept in bed alone?
I mean, there were times, but
But it's pretty rare.
I don't know how often.
Okay. How old was Keely at that time?
She was 5.
5 years old? Okay. And you said that you went to bed with your mom. Do you recall how your mom was dressed?
I know that she just had like some sort of T-shirt on before we went to bed.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you recall being moved sometime in the night to the bed with Keely?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which was downstairs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you really don't know who moved you, do you?
Oh, I know it was my mother.
How do you know that?
It's instinct to know your mother versus somebody else. You have that bond with that person and you know who it is.
But you didn't actually see her?
No, but I felt her.
Okay. All right. But you didn't wake up?
I didn't fully wake up, but I was in that foggy phase where I could tell that it was my mother, and I felt her.
Okay. So you weren't completely awake and coherent about what was going on then?
No, sir.
Okay. So you actually don't know for sure then, do you?
I mean, I have a pretty good instinct to feel
Okay.
what my mother feels like.
Okay. When you got home, where was your father?
I don't remember exactly if he came downstairs or stayed upstairs.
Okay. Did you see him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if your mother talked to him?
I know that he checked on us and made sure we made it home.
What did he say?
I don't recall.
Do you know where your mother was when she talked to him?
In the living room.
Okay. And he was upstairs?
I don't recall.
You don't know? Okay. How did your father get upstairs with an injured knee?
There would be times where he would sit down backwards and scoot up the stairs.
Okay. Is that what he typically did?
I think so.
Okay. And the next morning when you woke up, was your father already awake?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you went and woke him up or if he was already up?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you said your mom ran over a dog?
She did.
What happened to the dog?
It passed away.
Okay. What kind of injuries did it have?
I have no idea. It was a small dog.
Did you see it?
I did.
Okay. Was there a lot of blood?
Yeah, it was bleeding out of the mouth, and
Okay. It wasn't inside the garage though, was it?
I don't recall 100% where it was. It was either right there on like the edge of the gravel garage area.
Okay. Which would be not the smooth part of the garage, it's the gravel part.
Well, right there where they meet.
Where the gravel and the garage meet.
Yes.
Okay. And you had a swimming pool? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you swam in it often?
We did.
Okay. You didn't swim in it in October, did you?
I mean, I don't know exactly when the pool was closed.
Okay. If it was 50 degrees outside, you wouldn't have been swimming, would you?
No, sir.
Okay. So there wouldn't have been a need to clean the pool if it was wintertime or it was in the fall where it was cold, would it?
Well, if we were closing the pool down and cleaning it.
Okay. That would be the only reason.
Yes, sir.
Okay. One moment, John. It's all yours.
We ready?
Yes. The morning you woke up, after your mother brought you home that Sunday, did you have occasion to look around the house or be in the house? Were you at the house before you and your dad left with your sister?
Like, once I woke up, we were.
Yeah. It's funny how we ask questions, I know. Did you hear anything at night, or did anything wake you up once you went to sleep about a fight or a disturbance?
No, sir.
Did you hear anything out of the ordinary?
No, sir.
Did you hear a fight or a struggle in a room where somebody's clothes were being torn off?
No, sir.
Did you hear anybody yelling or saying help or anything?
No, sir.
When you got up, did you look in your mother's room sometime that day?
I went to look and see if she was in there.
Did it in the room that y'all both, the room she stayed in?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything that was out of ordinary or looked like somebody had been fighting in the room?
No, sir.
Did it look consistent with what you saw before the night before?
Yes, sir.
Did you smell any bleach or strong odors when you got up?
I did not.
Or around the house when you walked around that mid-morning up till after lunch?
No, sir.
The next day?
No, sir.
Or in the days following?
No, sir.
Just one second. Thank you, madam.
What kind of housekeeper was your mom?
What kind of housekeeper?
Yes.
I don't understand the question.
Did she keep the house clean?
Not always.
What did it usually look like?
I mean, it was messy most times.
Do you remember how the bedroom was the night that you got home?
I don't remember everything about it, but
Okay, that's fine.
No more questions.
You can stay there. Yes, ma'am, you can.
She's released.
She just asked me if she could sit in the gallery, and I said that she could. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is here, so we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. Now, remember, don't discuss the case. Still have not heard all of the proof, and you have not heard the law applicable to the case. Do not form or express an opinion. Have a good lunch, and we'll see you back about 1 o'clock. Okay? All right. Is there anything we need to take up before we break for lunch?
No, sir. No, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll be in recess till about 1 o'clock then. let's be seated. Touche. All right, everybody feeling all right this afternoon? Everybody feeling good, feeling well? All right then, hope you had a good lunch. I did. Mr. Taylor, we're ready to proceed, sir?
We are, Judge.
Oh, you have witness?
Dustin Swift.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Are you Dustin Swift?
Yes, sir.
How old are you now, Mr. Swift?
31.
And are you the children of David and Karen? Are you the child of David and Karen Swift?
I am. Those are my parents.
Now, you remember the time when your mother went missing back at the end of October of 2011?
I do.
How old were you back then?
18.
And were you in school back then?
Yes, sir.
Would you just tell us where you were in school?
I was over at University of Tennessee at Martin in the pre-vet program.
What year were you?
It was my first semester.
Of your freshman year?
Yes, sir.
Now, before you left for college, did you live home?
I did.
Did you live with both your parents at their home?
Yes, sir.
And up until you left, I guess, I'm asking, up until you left for college, did you live at the home?
Yes, sir.
After you started college, what time of that summer do you recall of 2011?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
When did you start college back in 2011? Do you remember around what time frame?
It would have been fall.
That was was that a month or two before your mother went missing?
A couple months, yes.
Now, how did you learn that your mother went missing?
We had woken up first thing that morning, and my best friend had received a phone call, and he didn't tell me anything, but he was instructed to drive me back to Dyersburg.
And did you go back to your mom and dad's home that day?
Yes, sir.
And was that a Sunday, or do you recall what day of the week it was or weekend it was?
It was the day that her vehicle was found that morning.
And when you arrived at the house, do you remember around what time? Was it morning or afternoon, or do you recall?
Late morning, afternoon.
And when you arrived at the house, did you walk around or notice anything in the house?
Of course, I walked around. I didn't notice anything in particular.
Did you smell any strong chemical smells like bleach?
No, sir.
Did you notice anything that was out of the ordinary in the garage?
No, sir.
What about in the house, around your mother's bedroom?
I noticed nothing at all in any region of the home, anywhere, out of particular.
Oh. Now, did you stay at the house that day, or did you have occasion to leave sometimes?
I would leave every once in a while, but when I came home, I stayed.
Was there a lot of things going on that day?
Yes.
And did people come over to your house, to your knowledge, or do you remember?
I don't recall if anybody came over. It was,
Later, did you notice law enforcement come over to the house, or either that day or in the days after that?
I do remember one time.
Would you just tell us what you recall?
It was late in the evening. The sun was down. I don't recall if it was Ashley or myself that noticed someone knocking on the door, and they presented AR-15 assault rifles. Multiple people in the garage, decked out like they were going to war.
And did y'all stay in the house or did y'all have to leave?
We were asked to leave.
And you recall where y'all went after you left?
It was the Navys next door.
And was this a few minutes or a few hours?
It was several hours.
All right. Now, were you aware that your father had injured his left leg before your mother went missing?
I was.
Do you remember some months earlier that your father had a surgery to his leg?
Traumatic surgery, yes.
Now, you had been gone to college for a little while.
Yes, sir.
When you came home, did you notice anything about your father and his leg use or getting around?
Nothing in particular.
Did you, when you came home the weekend your mother was missing, you had been gone a week or two before your mother was missing, is that right?
Yes, it was a week or two before she went missing that I came for the weekend or the day.
When you came home after your mother's missing, did you observe anything about your father and his walking around with his leg?
It was the same as before. It's injured, on crutches and a stiff leg brace, I believe.
Now, let me ask you about before your mother went missing and when you were at home. You recall whether or not you knew that your mother in the months before she got divorced or after she got divorced had more than one phone?
I believe I was aware of that, yes.
And do you recall around the time frame that your mother went somewhere and filed for divorce?
She called me late one night.
Is that how you learned?
Sir?
Is that how you learned of it?
She told me that she was filing for divorce.
All right. And before your mother went missing, in the months or weeks before that or days before that, were there dogs at your house?
At that time, there would have been, in the last 6 months, I think 3 dogs total that were there.
And was there an issue about one of the dogs being injured or?
Actually, there was 3 different instances where all 3 of them were injured.
Now let's take them one at a time. The most recent one, what was that? The one closest in time to when your mother went missing.
That would be my current living dog.
And the dog that was injured in 2011?
He was poisoned in 2011, yes.
And obviously, do you still have that dog?
I do.
And what about the one before that?
The one before that was a smaller dog that was more so both my little sister's dog. Her name was Mia. Mom accidentally ran over her while she was checking the mail.
And were you there when it happened?
I was.
And just describe what you observed about the dog and where the dog, if the dog was moved or where the dog was brought.
She was ran over right by the mailbox. She liked to chase cars for some reason, and Mom didn't notice she was out there. And she was a smaller dog, so she was instantly killed when she was ran over. I remember Mom bringing her up. I believe Ashley and I were outside at the time, bringing her up, and we were obviously weeping. And
where was the dog brought to, or can you say?
I know that we stood over and prayed over her. It would have been right inside the garage or right out front of the garage.
All right. And was there another dog before that?
Yes, there was a dog that got shot. He was previously my brother's dog, and he didn't have a place for him, so he came and lived with us, and one of the neighbors shot him.
Were those dogs outside or inside dogs?
The one that got shot was an outside dog. The one that got run over was typically an outside dog. And Jack, my dog, was an outside and inside dog.
Do you know whether they stayed in the garage or had access to the garage when they were outside?
We've always left the garage door cracked for dogs.
All right. Did y'all have in the months before your mother went missing, did y'all have a pool?
Yes, sir.
Was it an in-ground pool or above-ground pool?
It was an above-ground pool.
And did y'all use it a lot?
Yes.
And do you know did you ever participate in the cleaning of the pool?
Absolutely.
And did others in your family, to your knowledge?
We all did.
And typically, just explain to me how you would clean the pool when you did it.
We've always had a pool growing up my whole entire life. We would always use a mixture of shock and bleach.
Shock, is that a chemical or?
Yes, sir. It's a pool chemical.
Is it something you buy that's in a bottle? I'm not aware of it.
Shock is typically purchased in like a bucket or packets.
And did you say other things besides shock was used?
Shock and bleach.
And how would you do it?
We'd walk around and pour a bunch of bleach in, and then we'd toss and empty the packets the same way, and we'd stir it up, and wouldn't be able to swim in it for a couple days.
Is that a way of cleaning an above-ground pool?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you at home when there was an issue about the dog being poisoned?
I don't believe I was home at that time.
Well, then let's don't talk about it. Your older brother, in the months before your mother went missing, was he in school or not, to your knowledge?
My older brother at this time?
Yes, sir.
He was in college.
And where did he go to college at the time?
At the time, I believe it was Conway, Arkansas.
To your knowledge, did your brother come home from time to time on the weekend?
Rarely.
Okay. After your mother went missing, did you do things to look for her or on your own?
Absolutely.
Would you just tell the jury what you did?
When she became missing?
Yes, sir.
I was obviously in college, had later classes. It's a habit to stay up late at night. So when I came home after getting the phone call, I would often go out and drive around with my dog and look for her and call for her. And I just wanted my mom back.
Well, let me ask you this. While you were out looking around before your mother was found, did you have an occasion to observe something at a cemetery?
I observed something that was out of the ordinary.
And just tell us in your own words what you observed.
I had been out with my dog Jack, looking for her, and in the wee early hours of the day, the sun had just come up, and I was on the back way of Harness, and I noticed somebody randomly standing in the ditch with a metal detector.
Can I ask what location near Harness or any landmark?
I could point you exactly where it is on a map. It's in between the cemetery and 78, I believe, is that highway.
Is there something in the, like some fixture out, sticking up out of the ground around this?
Around the area?
Yeah, not a tree, but like some religious symbol?
Oh, that's what I said, in between the cross and 78.
Okay, I'm hard of hearing, so I'm sorry. And I just tell us what you observed and what you did.
I passed by. I took a second thought and thought it was out of the ordinary. So I turned around and I pulled up next to where he was standing. I rolled my window down.
Well, you saw somebody standing there. Did you know this person at the time?
I've never seen this person.
Was it a male or female?
A male.
All right, go ahead.
I pulled up next to him and rolled my window down and had a conversation with him.
And did you notice anything about him?
I believe he told me he was exercising and he didn't look like he'd worked out a day of his life.
Anything else?
I told him that, I asked him what he was doing out of curiosity. You know, at this point, my mother is missing. She's not dead, right? He said he had lost his watch. And if I'm not mistaken, when I looked down, he's got a watch on his wrist. And I thought it was very odd. But I told him, you know, my mother is the one that's missing. If you see anything, be sure to tell someone.
And did you drive on?
I did.
And were you later interviewed and told that to the investigators?
Several months later, I did, yes.
Now, in the days after your mother went missing and before she was found, was there a lot going on at your house with people coming in and going out?
Yes.
And was there a vigil at your house?
Yes.
And after that, your mother was found. You recall that, hearing about that?
Yes.
And did you go back to school?
No, sir.
And I guess did your dad continue to raise you and your two sisters?
Very well.
All right. And did you continue on with school and your education?
I did.
Did you graduate from school?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed now?
I am a federally licensed aircraft mechanic. My company does avionics upgrades for general aviation and also defense contracts.
And when you weren't in school, did you continue to live at home with your father until you did go back to school?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecutor may have some questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Swift. I'm sorry for your loss. When your dad originally injured his knee, that was in the springtime of 2011, is that right?
I don't recall exactly when it was, but
Okay. Was it several months before your mother was missing?
Several is a broad term. I'm not sure exactly when in that year that he originally.
Okay. Was it at a soccer game?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is soccer typically played there in the spring?
I don't know when soccer is played, sir.
Okay. But he had to have surgery for that?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Did he use crutches continuously after that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was never a time that he was not using crutches?
Possibly, but all the times that I recall, he was on crutches.
Okay. All right. So that would have been even months before your mother was missing, he was still using crutches?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that you knew your mother had a second phone?
Yes, sir.
How did you know that?
I believe my father told me.
Okay. And when did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it before she was missing or after?
It was before.
Okay. So your father knew before your mother was missing that she had a second phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that your mother ran over your dog, Mia? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or was Ashley's dog, I think?
Ashley and Keely's dog.
Okay. When your mother brought the dog up, did you say it was like on the edge of the garage and the drive part?
I don't remember exactly where it was. I know that we were in the garage at one point praying over and weeping.
Do you remember when that happened?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Was it close in time to when your mother was missing, or was it a few months before?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. You said that y'all typically left the garage door cracked for the
Yes, sir.
dogs. Did you ever just leave it up?
Sure.
Okay. Was it left up often?
I don't recall exactly how many times it was left up, but
Okay. Which it wasn't uncommon for the door to be up.
left open or
Yes,
cracked?
Yes,
or-
left open.
Sir?
Left open.
There were times, I'm sure.
Okay. And you said you saw a gentleman near the cross. I think you said between the cross and Highway 78.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where Bledsoe Cemetery is?
I am aware now. I was not aware at the time.
Right, but now you know where it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He wasn't near the cemetery?
He was, I mean, you're from Dyer County.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
down the hill, it curves to the left,
Okay.
and on that straightaway before it gets to 78.
Before it gets to 78?
Right.
Okay. So he was away from the cemetery. You had Bledsoe Cemetery. If you're driving towards 78, you would pass Bledsoe Cemetery, then the cross. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And he was past that?
Yes.
Okay.
That is still by the cemetery.
Right, but it was past the cemetery and past the cross.
It is 200 yards from the cemetery.
Okay. All right. And you stopped and talked to him. Is that
Yes, sir.
right? And he said he was exercising?
Yes, sir. I can still tell you what he was wearing.
Okay. What else was he doing? Just exercising?
Well, he claimed he was exercising, but he had a metal detector. He claimed he was looking for his watch.
Okay. All right. But you said he had a watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember telling officers in your interview that you were about 60% sure he had a watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you wasn't 100% sure that he did?
60%.
Okay. All right. Also, when you talked about that, this was an interview and a statement you gave officers in July of the following year. Correct?
Your Honor, if the witness needs to refresh his memory, he can hand him a document according to our rules.
I think you can ask him if he gave a statement in July of the following year to law enforcement. I don't see a problem with that question.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Why did you wait until July of the following year to tell anyone about that?
I believe the answer to your question is a lot of the way my family got treated when my mother went missing. There was one time I had walked in there and I was mocked and laughed at and told that, oh, that'd never hold up in court.
Okay. So,
because of the verbiage that I used
okay, so you chose not to tell anyone?
for a couple months.
Okay.
Yes.
And when we talk about a couple of months, we're talking about 8, 9 months before you told anyone?
If that's the distance between the date on the interview
Okay.
and the time between Mom was missing and
Okay.
found.
Okay, all right. So you didn't think it was very important then?
No, sir. I believe my mother was still alive.
Okay. Even after your mother was found in December, you still didn't tell anyone, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. And 7 months later, you decided to tell someone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were talking to officers, did you tell them also that you had been out all night looking for your mother and you were extremely tired?
Yes, sir. I explained that I had different hours and I would stay up late at night often.
Okay. Did you also tell them that things were heavy on your mind and you couldn't get it off your mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also told officers that, let me see specifically. Okay, you told officers that you were driving and you were zoned out. Correct?
I don't recall exactly word for word.
Okay.
12 years ago.
You also told them that you had this feeling that was kind of like deja vu and you remembered this man.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it was a weird feeling and all of a sudden you remembered that you had seen this guy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't know who it was, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you find out later who it was?
I did, after Mom was found.
Okay. And you actually found out because you went home and told your dad you had seen an older man down there, right?
No, sir, it didn't happen like that.
It didn't happen like that? Did your dad pull a video out that had Darryl cells on it and show it to you?
The news had released an interview after Mom passed.
Right.
It was on the TV.
Right. And did your dad pull out a copy of that video and show it to you?
I'm not sure if it was a copy of the video, but I thought I had seen it on the TV.
Okay, so if you told officers you got home and let's see, got home, asked Dad if older people could be involved with your mom's missing case, and he pulled a video out of Darryl's cells and asked you, was that the guy?
He did not ask me, is that the guy?
But he pulled a video out of Darryl's cells and showed it to you?
Yes.
Okay. Pass the witness.
No, I do have some questions. In the months before your mother went missing, did you notice a difference?
And my mother?
Yes.
Yes.
Were there times that you would get up while you were home and she would either always be there or not?
Yes.
Did your mother have habits, routines then of how she would get up or work during the daytime?
She was a very early riser.
Were you aware that she was going to the gym pretty actively?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware in the evenings that sometimes she would go out?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that sometimes she would do that without your father or after your sisters were in bed?
Yes, sir.
Were there times that you had to watch your sisters in the evenings because of that?
I don't recall in the evenings, but during the day sometimes, yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
When you say your mom was an early riser, what time did she typically get up?
5.
Okay. And you said she would go to the gym early. Didn't she usually go after she dropped the kids off, the girls off at school?
I did not know my mother's current schedule.
Oh, I thought you just testified that she went to the gym early.
She would go to the gym early at times, yes.
Okay. What time?
I know that she would be gone sometimes before 6 o'clock.
Okay. And you watched the kids quite a bit, didn't you? Ashley and Keely?
Off and on, yes.
And your dad asked you to watch them a lot, didn't he?
I don't remember a lot.
How many times did your dad ask you to watch Ashley and Keely?
I don't recall.
Once? Twice? More than 5?
It's the same answer. I don't recall.
Did your dad ask you to watch Ashley and Keely so that he could go look for your mother?
At what point?
In the year of 2011.
While she was missing? Or?
No, prior to that.
I don't recall.
You don't recall your dad asking you to watch them so that he could go to Walmart and wait for your mom?
That I do recall.
Okay. That's all.
That's all I have.
Sir, you can step down, thank you.
He can
can
remain
stay
in the
in
courtroom if he
You
wants.
can stay in the courtroom if you'd like, okay? But you don't have to. Okay, next witness.
David Williams, Your Honor.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
A weak voice. Oh, there we go.
Just 1 second. Are you David Williams?
Yes, sir.
And how are you employed, sir?
I have my own consulting and forensics engineering company focused on mobile location, communications networks, and computers.
Sir, can you back away from the microphone just a tad?
Sure. How's this?
We want to be able to hear you, so if you can't hear, let us know. And I guess where do you reside?
St. Louis.
And I guess let's talk about your education and background. Would you just briefly tell us about your education?
I have a bachelor's in electrical engineering focusing on computer engineering from Purdue University in 1983 and a technology MBA from the University of Texas at Austin in 1987.
Do you have a background in mobile location?
Yes, very extensive.
And when I say mobile location, what does that mean?
It's essentially finding, using, or transmitting the location of some sort of device that has some sort of mobile aspect to it. So whether that's a phone or a fighter jet or a car or your Google Watch or whatever, that kind of thing.
All right. Do you have a background in computer design or technology?
Yes.
Would you, when I say computer design, what exactly, would you just explain that to us?
I started out in 1983 in working on the digital redesign of the F-15 fighter radar, and so that involved actually designing a brand new computer as well as tying it into the plane sensors and communicating with the ground and doing target acquisition and targeting and all that kind of stuff. So that's actually an example of all three of those.
All right. And I guess computer design, CDR, when I say CDR, what is that?
Call detail records.
Okay. Do you have some experience with that?
Yes, I In particular, I helped design and implement the first generation of location-based services and the enabling location networks for then Nextel as well as AT&T.
Okay. And do you have any patents that related to location and communication technology?
Yes, I have 9 patents granted and several others pending. For example, I have a couple patents that use mobile location, communications networks, computers, sensors, arrays, even artificial intelligence to detect and hopefully preempt parole violating behavior in the criminal field.
Have you been employed in the mobile communications location profession for a number of years?
I've been focused on it for my own company since 2002. Prior to that, I was essentially focused on it as an associate partner in Accenture's communications and high-tech strategy practice since the mid-90s. And then in various forms at different times, including going back to the F-15 radar days as early as 1983.
Have you been employed in also duties involving computer design?
Yes, the location, the patents, for example, but everything from the F-15 work to essentially all sorts of computers, which essentially are smartphones are computers, but as well as earlier mobile devices from that. Involve computer design using microprocessors and associated integrated circuits and that kind of thing. So it's all really tightly integrated together.
Have you written or published anything regarding mobile location communications?
Yes, I've written 4 books.
Have you been consulted involving mobile communication location?
Yes, I've consulted for all of the major wireless carriers, many of the major technology companies. I've also consulted with the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, the City of Houston Police Department, and various state entities, including the state of Tennessee.
Have you testified in court before?
I've been deposed on about 65 matters. I think this is testifying in court number 14.
Has that been civil court, criminal court, or?
It's 7. This will be the 7th. Most of those are criminal court, ranging from, one's the City of Houston Police Department, but there's also the state of Ohio, the state of Tennessee, the state of New York, and as well as Canadian court.
Have you testified in the last few years in West Tennessee criminal court?
Once.
Okay. Can I hand this to the witness and hand it to you, Mr. Williams, and ask you to review this? Do you recognize that, sir?
It's my CV.
Or is that the one that you provided to us?
Yes.
And does that list the things that you've just testified in detail about your background and education and experience?
Varying levels of detail. For example, my Accenture work was 9 years, but it's only like a paragraph or 2 in here. So.
Yeah. Well, we can only have it so long.
Right.
Okay.
If I had everything, frankly, it'd be 10 times as long.
All right. We asked that be admitted as exhibit. It's his CV. You wish the board hire the witness.
Hang on just a second. That'll be admitted as number 42.
Judge, we're going to tender the witness as a mobile location communication network. Is an expert in that area.
Expert in helping.
Mobile, it's a long term. Mobile location communication networks. And computer design.
state want to board out the witness?
No, sir.
Okay, the court will accept Mr. Williams as an expert in mobile location, communication, network, and computer design. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I just want to get it correct.
Let me go on and ask you some questions. You were present when the other gentleman that testified about the cell phone data and the lady, you observed their communication about the computer data?
I was here for the gentleman agent, and then I watched the female agent from last week on court TV.
All right. And did you receive some discovery material with some of the material that they testified about?
Yes.
Several months back or a year back?
Various times over a long period of time.
And the items you reviewed, were they some of the telephone data and computer data that was testified about by the state's experts?
Yes.
And did you use that to sort of examine and give an opinion that would be in this case?
I examined it and consulted on various things that I observed or analyzed.
All right. Did you do that to give advice so you could help the defense lawyers understand the data?
Correct.
All right. Now, some of the things that were testified involving the telephone communications and cell towers. Let me start out just in simple terms. A cell tower, is there anything that you want to explain about that? That some things were said about it in their testimony, and I just want to make sure it's not confusing. A cell tower, how does it operate?
Well, the first agent did a partial picture of the cell tower, focusing on the antenna array that actually communicates with mobile devices, but that's not the only part of the cell tower. There's also essentially a big computer system at the base of the tower that is called a base station or base transceiver station that essentially has all sorts of different equipment for helping collect and process and route or reroute information, voice or data calls throughout the rest of the network. There's also what's called backhaul capability, which is essentially a high capacity communications capability to and from the tower, from other towers or from other nodes in the network. Those can be connected to the tower either via fiber optic or cable, or if you ever look at the cell tower and you see kind of like this little satellite thing sticking out of the middle, that's a microwave transmission that helps in transmitting large quantities of data from one tower onto the next tower.
Now, you said something when you talked about it, you said something about a network node. What exactly is that, and is that important?
It is important for my analysis. A wireless carrier network, Verizon, predominantly in this case, has literally tens of thousands of nodes. Of which the cell towers could be one or actually different pieces of equipment, could be individual nodes within that cell tower. And as you're transmitting or receiving a voice call or you're doing a search on your phone, it's going through, it's connecting at some point to a cell tower that then connects to all sorts of other nodes throughout the network to finally get to your destination. What's subsequently, what's related important is each one of those nodes has a specific address. It's called an IP address or Internet Protocol. And that helps determine where and how the data gets routed from your phone to Facebook or Google or whatever. And it's kind of like the road system, though in this case, every single node has to have an identifying address to know where the data should go in each part of the network to finally get at the end destination.
Now, they're expert, and the term IP address was brought up. What exactly is that, just basically?
It's essentially the mailing address for the node. So in contrast to like the postal system where you just know the sending address and the receiving address, and you kind of hope that the mail carrier knows how to get from A to B, so to speak. Every single node in the network has to be known so that as you connect through these literally tens of thousands of nodes, of which there is literally many hundreds of thousands of possibilities if you think about all the different directions something could go, so that the data knows exactly where to go, particularly when you're sending data information. It's broken down into tiny little pieces called packets. And literally you can have, in just a Google search, you can have literally dozens of packets flying all over the place in different directions, but it has to know ultimately where to get to, as well as being guided along the way to ultimately get to your end destination.
Now, the term network extender, you heard that explained by the state experts.
Yes.
Do you want to just tell us in basic English what that means? Or?
Well, I'll tell you what it's not. It's not this thing sitting in your house that is like this amplifier that your phone connects to and then broadcasts out on giant volume to the nearest cell towers. That's not what that is. Instead, it's much more of like a piece of computer equipment where the phone connects to the network extender. The extender is connected to your home computer router, and then your computer router goes kind of back through the underground, if you will, through the underlying computer network to the appropriate cell tower within the Verizon network. So in that kind of path, nothing is actually transmitted over the air except the original communication to and from the network extender and your phone.
All right. You had a chance to look at the slides and the presentation by the state's experts. Because of that, did you prepare some notes or something to use to aid you in your testimony?
Yes, 2 slides.
And if I could hand these to the witness. Wait a minute. You get a clean copy, sir. Nothing on the back. Thank you, sir. Can I ask, would you just take those and look at them and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes.
And I guess, would you just take one and hold it up and tell me the one with the map? Don't show it yet.
So the first agent testified towards the very tail end of her testimony about the data points that occurred after, as she said, the Karen Swift phone disconnected from the network extender at 4:38.
Did you prepare that diagram or map?
I did, to illustrate that if what she said was accurate.
Well, let's get into interpretation. Is that a true and accurate copy of what you prepared?
I'm sorry, yes it is.
All right. I asked that that be made an exhibit.
The section is number 43, and that is the map.
Matt, how would you characterize that?
It has the title "Cell Towers Involved."
Cell towers involved.
Karen Swift phone, 4:38 a.m. to 5:09 a.m.
And if you give that to the bailiff, and he'll. If you will. Thank you, sir. Judge, I asked to publish that to the jury if I could, on the screen.
You want on the screen?
Yes, sir.
If technology's our friend this afternoon.
May not be.
Not a power
Sure
outage.
wasn't this morning, but.
Do you have a copy of it?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Williams, yeah, you have it.
Yeah, I have a copy.
All right. We're going to put it on the screen so the jury can see it while you're talking about it, if we can do it. Things worked right today. All right. Now, I know. Is what's on the map, is that what you're testifying about in that exhibit?
Correct.
And so the jury could see it on the screen. Would you just tell us what you think is important about what you prepared?
So in the agent's testimony at the end of last week, at the end of it, she made reference to the signals that happened after the phone supposedly disconnected from the network extender at 4:38, and she kind of waved those off in a way to just kind of saying, well, there's one southwest of the house and another southeast, and then there was another one at 5:04. And what the point of reason for doing this is, all of that supposedly happened within a 31-minute time period, and in particular the last four happened within a 12-minute time period. If, as she implied, that the phone was essentially moving around in order to connect to all these cell towers, in my opinion, that does not pass the reasonableness test, particularly given how low density or how few cell towers there are in this area, particularly as the agent particularly also said she thought at 5:09 or the 5:04, excuse me, the phone ended up near the house. So essentially, if she was right in this period of 31 minutes, and particularly 12 minutes between 5:37 and 4:57 and 5:09, the phone was traveling all over the place to connect to all these other cell towers to wind up just nearby the house. In my opinion, that did not seem reasonable.
And is that because of the way the cell towers or the network extender worked?
That was kind of the end result observation, and then to essentially dissect that, I then looked at the technical detail, including how the network extender works, to see if what I thought was an unreasonable interpretation was supported by the technical data, and it was, in my opinion, supported by the technical data.
All right. Did you prepare another slide to use as an aid to your testimony?
Yes.
Can I pass this to the witness? Yeah. I know, but I got to introduce this as an exhibit, so.
Yes, this is it.
True and accurate copy of what you prepared?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, I asked that what I just handed, which is, what would you title this?
Well, the actual data is
an examination of the data.
Is the examination data of the 731-377-5549 CDR 3G report.
Is 5549 the cell phone that was identified previously, Karen Swift?
Yes.
All right. I asked it to be made an exhibit.
The exception is 44.
Do you have a copy of what I just handed you?
I do.
All right. Judge, I asked that that new exhibit just be published to the jury. All right. Can everybody?
I think it has.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're supposed to ask permission. Can everybody see that? You may not be able to see all the numbers. Would you just kind of explain to us what information you've arranged on this slide that you think is important in this interpretation?
I will do so in as non-technical manner as I can do. First, it needs to be pointed out that this data, the spreadsheet portion of the data, not the highlighting or the annotations, was provided in a separate file from the rest of what I would call normal call detailed handling records. And all that was in this file was this one 5-line spreadsheet in one tab, and then in the second tab was data about the network extender only. Who owned it, what switch it was connected to, where the latitude and longitude was. It was only about the network extender. It was not a typical CDR, call detail handling record. It was only information about the network extender. So that's kind of point number 2 added to my reasonableness test. There's other information on here that points to the bottom line, which is Karen Swift's phone did not disconnect from the network extender until 5:09, not as the agent said, 4:38. The reasonable test, the source of the file. Also, if you look in the middle, the home router, it's called home agent, it's called HAIP. It's home agent IP. That is the router that the network extender was connected to. As you can see, that is the exact same address for all of those line items.
When you say address, do you mean like IP number?
Like that's the reason I introduced the concept of IP. It's an IP address specific to that home router. And it's the same for every one of these line items. That very strongly implies that every one of those line items was connected to that home router, meaning through the network extender. Now, I've highlighted in red what's called network extender EDVO with an IP address underneath it. In my opinion, that is what the prosecution was relying on to say the only network extender line item was this, what's labeled number 1 that ends at 438. To me, that is a misinterpretation of that line item. That is under a column called PCFIP, which is called Packet Control Function. And like I've seen here, it's true that the network extender is the only one labeled for that 438 line item. But that's not an identifier for the network extender. All that is doing is saying, okay, you need to go to this IP address in order to get more information about where the data that's involved should be sent on to next. And the reason why that might be different from one line item to the next is because of the service option that is involved in the last column. As you can see, only the last line item is labeled EVD. That's evolution, voice, and data. It's a certain kind of data-voice combination that there's a zillion. You can literally spend days on it trying to understand it. But the point is, it's a distinct service option from the other line items, which with the other items being EVDO, which is evolution data optimized, which is high-speed data, and then 1X, which is actually a earlier generation 2.5G data. Point being is those service options were different than the last one. Therefore, it is very logical for them to have different PCIP addresses. All of them being routed through the network extender, however, as an initial entry point into the network. And then finally, the cell tower ID. The cell tower ID, as described by the original agent, she was using that essentially for this first slide, saying these were just additional data points. They're not really important, and they were connected to these other cell IDs, cell towers, and really that's kind of the end of it. Well, in my interpretation of this data, the cell tower ID was really just going to the specific cell that had the necessary equipment for the service option involved in order to be appropriately routed to its next destination. And so it had nothing to do with over-the-air transmission from the phone directly to the cell tower. Instead, it was going from the phone through the network extender, through the router, through the back of the Verizon network, routed to the specific cell tower where it had the appropriate equipment to then process the data service option type to ultimately the next stage in its destination.
Now, you prepared and labeled all this data on this slide?
Yes.
You had a column marked when? What does that signify?
Because these line items were in kind of reverse chronological order, with the earliest one being at the bottom, I labeled them 1 and then consecutively 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that corresponds to the original map that essentially, if you interpreted the cell being communicating with the cell tower, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was bouncing all over the place, which is, like I said, not an appropriate interpretation.
So did you inputted the data that you received and put it on this slide as to what you thought was the important information to demonstrate the different items that you have listed on here?
Correct.
And is there anything else you want to say about this slide or conclusions about your interpretation after examining all the data, hearing the state's testimony about this?
I should point out that in the gray box is Karen Swift's phone address. As you can see, that's the same IP address. A phone has its own IP address. That's the same one for all 5 of those, and there's lots of material within the discovery that confirms that specific address was for Karen Swift's 5549 number. So I just wanted to confirm that last piece.
So basically, let me ask you this. You mentioned the 504. What is your conclusion or opinion about the significance of that?
There's a line item at 504 that showed up in various places in the prosecution's testimony, and it's my view that the prosecution conflated that over-the-air call with a different call that just happened to be at 504 that went through this back hall through the router processing that was done. And the reason I believe that is first and foremost in the time. The time is 5:04. Start time is at 5:04. The end time on this piece of discovery material for the network extender is also at 5:04. In the normal call detail record where this other 5:04 data session occurred, it started at 5:04, but in that record it has seconds. It starts at 5:04, 54 seconds, and ends at 5:05 and 9 seconds. If it was exactly the same one and the same call, it would have shown up, in my opinion, as 5:04 to 5:05 on this document. It didn't. It was just a coincidence. And if my interpretation is that there was a data that the phone wanted to communicate. It started on the network extender. The phone fell off the network extender and happened to be within range of the cell tower that it could then over the air connect to and finish off that data transmission. So it was kind of back-to-back data sessions as opposed to conflating them as being one and the same.
Okay. Now, when, in your opinion, do you believe Karen Swift's phone was left the network extender for the final time?
509.
And that's upon examining all the data
Yes.
and listening to the state's testimony?
Yes.
Now, as far as, is there any proof of David Swift's phone leaving the house?
No.
As far as the computers, we talked about computer design and your background in it. Did you hear the testimony about the Gateway laptop?
Yes.
And you heard the state's testimony about that. As far as usernames, you heard the testimony. Are there any conclusions or observations you make about that? Is it common for people to have more than one username or one username?
It is my experience that on a shared computer, most people do one username, and that even extends back to my days of installing early PCs and for various companies, and PCs were expensive and so on and so forth. They did not want to mess with having individual usernames. They wanted just something to have a little bit of a security, so the janitor can't log on or whatever, but make it easy to just anybody who needed to use the computer just know what the login was and get to it, as opposed to having every individual one that then you have to worry about people forgetting or losing the password or whatever.
Now, a common area, and you have no personal knowledge of where this Gateway computer was located in the house.
No, I don't.
But a common area could be in a kitchen, on a table, or at a desk in a living room.
Yes.
All right. There's been some testimony about an iPhone and a passcode and a password. Are those different things?
A passcode is generally it can be 6-digit number. A password can be really anything you want, numbers or letters or special characters.
And is that something that to download items on pictures that the person would know or would have to activate their passcode, the 4 digits, and also the password, or not?
If they already had a passcode or password on their phone, they would have to enter it. If they plug it into the computer before you can do anything, you need to enter the passcode. Apple's has always been extremely security conscious in that respect.
And I guess photos could be downloaded. Back then, photos could be downloaded from an iPhone.
Yeah.
It would involve the phone being hooked into the computer, or could it be done some other way?
At that point in time, I'm almost certain that you needed an actual cable. You couldn't do it via Bluetooth or other wireless techniques.
And if the testimony was that whoever had this iPhone changed their passwords and just changed the passwords and the information, would it be reasonable to think that the person that had downloaded these pictures had that information in order to access the iPhone?
Yes.
Just 1 second, I'm almost finished. And I guess we talked about the passcodes, and would there be some data from the iPhone identifying if it was downloaded on a computer or not back then?
frankly, I'm not a photo identification expert.
Okay.
That said, when you're downloading data of any sort, or I should say transferring data from any sort from one device to the next, there is all sorts of what's called metadata, and in my experience, the majority of the time, there is some identification information included in that metadata, but I couldn't speak for certain if that would be the case in this situation.
And if there's some possibility or testimony that there were common users on that laptop, these photos could be downloaded from an iPhone or camera to the laptop?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
I noticed there are no sectors. You identify on your map towers, but you don't identify the sectors from which the phone connected to those towers. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, because there were no sectors in that data file, and the phone wasn't connecting directly to those cell towers.
Okay.
And in fact, that's another indicator that that communication was going through the back route as opposed to direct.
Okay. And so is this what you examined to determine this? Oh, yeah. I mean, they're your...
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You looked at this to figure out that.
Wait, one at a time, please.
Yeah. So there was, as I believe the agent testified, when Verizon records, there are many files that come in, they're called detailed records. I imported all of those files into my tool, and those had the cell site ID and the location of those cells in that. In this particular file that you've got there, it had the cell ID, but it did not have the location.
Okay. So did you hear Agent Rexing's testimony about the RTT session at 5:04, which is, I believe, line 2?
Yes.
And she described that as a 15-second session?
Yes.
Okay. And you think she was incorrect?
No, it was from
Okay.
5:04:54 to 5:05:09.
Okay, and she drew and she utilized the sector that tower was being accessed with, and you're saying that's not true, that she was incorrect?
That was for a separate call from what's on this file.
And you're saying that this phone was still on the network extender at 5:04?
I'm saying there was a consecutive set of data sessions. There was initially one that started at 5:04 and ended sometime in 5:04. We don't have the seconds to specify that. She fell off the network extender. The phone fell off the network extender. Presumably, well, I shouldn't even say presumably, a scenario supporting that would be if she was getting ready to leave, went outside, fell off the extender, but could see the actual cell tower and connected to that tower over the air. So the first session was through the network extender and home router, and then as she moved away from the extender, she was able to get a connection to this tower that in effect completed that transaction.
So she was on the network extender until 4:38. You're saying she went outside, connected to a tower, and then came back inside?
I'm saying that there were multiple data sessions where her phone was connected to the network extender, listed here, originally 208 to 438, then the next several ones are a minute or less, I believe, which means that she was wandering in and out of, having trouble essentially maintaining a connection to the network extender. By the way, relevant to this, the agent testified that the range of the network extender was 50 feet. Well, the user manual for this says 40 feet, and the communications with Verizon, when asked specifically what the range of the extender was, said 30 to 50 feet.
Did you have something with you to verify that?
It's part of the discovery material. Not with me, no.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, not on me.
Okay. So Verizon just neglected to, when they were asked to provide a 3G report, and they gave us this information about the network extender time, they just forgot, you're saying, to send us this other network extender connection information?
This is what was provided by Verizon, and as they stated in the communications, which I don't have, is generally they don't support the network extender. That is responsibility of whoever provided it, which is in this case Mr. Swift's company. But they provided what they had, and this is what they had, along with a second tab that provided specific information, including the 911 location for that, who the company was, even what's called the MAC address, Media Access Control, which is a very specific address for the network extender. So in my opinion, that file was only for the network extender, but the additional data provided here, in my view, directly supports that interpretation.
And your opinion is that this phone went off the network extender. You're saying that number 5 on there, that it went on and off the network extender at 5:09.
Yes.
Now for the final time, you're saying, so she's leaving the house for the final time at 5:09.
Again, it's a short range, 30 to 50 feet, so she could have been just wandering in and out. That's not very far, frankly, but it could wandering in and out of the range. But the last data point is at 5:09.
Right. Isn't it convenient that you testified today that her phone went off the network extender for the final time, the exact same time it quit accepting data?
No, I wouldn't say it's a coincidence. It's probably either the phone was turned off or it was destroyed shortly thereafter.
So your testimony is you think it's probable that Karen walked out of her house off the network extender, threw her own phone down and smashed it?
If there was no additional communication from the time she left the range of the network extender to 5:09 to when it was either turned off or destroyed, it didn't have to occur immediately. There could have been some time gap.
But what if she, for say, were to get in a car and start driving somewhere, wouldn't it be reasonable to expect her phone to start hitting more towers at that point?
You have the voice calls, you only have the tower-related call detailed records when you're making or receiving a call, making or receiving a text, or sending or receiving data. The actual last data transmission associated with the network switch that I examined on this ended at 5:07. So that means to me that whatever things that were being done by the phone, either initiated by her or transmitted for part of the system, ended at 5:07, and there was no additional immediate reason for the phone to reconnect to the network once she left the extender at 5:09.
So when Agent Rexing was testifying that your phone is constantly looking for towers to connect to, and if you're moving, say in a car, and you move out of the vicinity of one tower into a next, it automatically searches for that next tower. You're saying she was incorrect?
The call detailed records do not track your every single movement as you go from one tower through the next tower throughout the day. That would be trillions of records over the course of a day for everybody's phone. It captures the data when it needs to. In the case of the network extender, when it gets on or falls off. In the case of regular over-the-air towers, it's when you are receiving or transmitting a voice call, when you are receiving or transmitting a text call, or you are receiving or sending data. It's not 24/7.
But you would expect her phone to contact a tower at some point after 5:09. If she left the network extender, wouldn't her phone naturally search for a tower to connect to?
It doesn't mean it would be reported through the CDR process unless she was doing a voice, text, or data session.
Or because her phone was destroyed at 5:09.
Or the phone was turned off or destroyed shortly thereafter.
That's all I have, Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did did I introduce this as an exhibit? Yes, okay. That's an extra copy.
That's number 44.
That's extra. Judge, can we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break, our afternoon 10-minute break, you know, the usual 10 minutes. So, again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Do not form or express an opinion, okay? We'll see you back in about 10 minutes. About 10 minutes. Do you need some privacy with Mr. Swift? Okay, all right. Well, we're going to stay in recess for about 10 minutes then, and I don't know if you need to, yeah. ready. General, you ready?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, are you going to call any additional witnesses, sir?
I am not. The defense is going to rest.
Okay. So let me hear once again from Mr. Swift about his decision not to testify.
Judge, I have talked to Mr. Swift about the decision to testify and what that means and the benefits and the pluses and negatives. It is entirely his decision. After discussing that, I believe his decision is that he is not going to testify. Is that correct, Mr. Swift?
Correct.
All right.
I think that's all we need to do in light of what we've done before. State know if it's going, once he rests, you gonna call any rebuttal proof?
No, Your Honor, we're not.
Okay. Well, let's talk through for just a second. Timing wise, we need about 15 or 20 minutes to sift through the charge together.
Yes, sir.
You all have had the charge should have had it by, well, probably maybe a long time ago. Nothing changed about that except I've added a couple of potential that I want to go over with you, and we need to agree on what to take out.
Judge, just for the sake of being the most accurate, can we get another copy of the charge?
I have the one that I have, and that's all I have. We'll go through it. It shouldn't take. It's not a lengthy charge.
No objection.
Okay, and we'll get through it. If you want me to get you another copy emailed, that's fine. But thinking about whether or not we ought to go on, and once we accomplish this, we're going to charge a jury this afternoon, then adjourn, and you all proceed with closing arguments tomorrow morning, first thing. Any thoughts about that?
Yes, sir, I think that's a good idea.
We can do it today, or we can do it tomorrow.
What's that?
Do closing arguments.
I think this morning we said nobody would be forced to be ready for that this afternoon. And that'll take us, the charge is going to take 40, 45 minutes to read through.
I can be prepared to do it today or tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I think that's what we'll do. We'll do closing arguments tomorrow.
We're going to go ahead and do the charge today.
I think I will. I think I'd like to get that part out of the way. We're clean, and then you all can argue, and then tomorrow, then the jury can get the case at that time. Okay? I think that's what we'll do. I hate to bring them out for 2 minutes for you to rest and for you to tell me no rebuttal, but I think we probably need to do that there. And then I'll tell them we're going to take about a 15 or 20 minute break so that we can review the jury charge.
Or you're going to give them the charge after that today?
Yes, we're going to do that. That'll be the last thing I do today.
No objection.
Okay. All right, well, let's...
Can
yeah, hang on a second, Jim.
Can we just tell them it's going to be a little longer and just go ahead now and review the charge, and that way when they come in, it'll be 2 minutes,
Okay.
and then you can start.
That's fine with me. That's why I said it seemed like a shame to bring them in
Yes,
and
rather than coming in and going right
move
back
them
out.
around. Okay. Yeah, Jim, would you get Gavin? Let me tell him what I want him to tell them. Mr. Taylor, at some point, did I give you a form for waiver of jury set to find? If you can find an executed copy, if you'll tell them we are reviewing the law, and it's going to be about 15, 20 minutes, we decided to go ahead and do that. Have a conference about the law, and that they can just relax if you want to, if they won't go outside. Okay, got plenty of time. Please, sir. Thank you. Okay, the court's received a written waiver of rights for the jury to set the fine in the matter. Mr. Swift, you signed this document, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Taylor talked to you about it before you signed it?
Yes.
Okay, very good, thank you. We'll get that in the court file, I guess. After the introductory charge, we've got the charge, the standard charge for first-degree murder, premeditation, and I also kind of cross-checked the charge against the version of the statute that was in effect in 2011. There weren't any changes that I noted there. First lesser would be attempted first-degree murder. Then after the first lesser included offense would be attempted. Then second degree. Then attempted second degree. Voluntary manslaughter would be the next lesser included offense. Attempted voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide, there's this charge, this portion of that criminally negligent charge that says if you find the direct cause of death was an act of the victim or a third party, before you can convict the defendant, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the act of the victim or third party causing the death was a natural and probable cause of the defendant's criminal negligence. That's really not, I don't think that charge is applicable in the fact circumstances that we have now. I'm going to delete that one. If either of you have a thought about it, let me know. The next lesser would be intentional aggravated assault. Then attempted intentional aggravated assault. Reckless aggravated assault, the next lesser. Then reckless endangerment. Then misdemeanor assault. And attempted misdemeanor assault. Have the charge where the defendant has not taken the stand to testify and the jury is to place no significance on that fact.
Judge, before we move to that, you're talking about the lessers included for first-degree murder. Can I just say a couple of things?
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
In here, it has first-degree murder, it has some suggested or listed possible lessers. You mind if I pass it? The judge asked him just to compare that before he's going to I'm just trying to, these are confusing. And this is the most current law, so it's if you object or don't object. Some it says applies, some it says it doesn't apply. Just see what y'all think.
facilitation of first-degree murder?
I did not say facilitation.
I don't think that applies. So
I don't think it's applicable either because there's got to be an additional actor or something involved, and there doesn't seem to be any proof.
Judge, whenever I'm in a trial and we come to the part where we're talking about possible lessers, I just ask for the ones that are
About possible what?
lesser included offenses.
Yes.
I've used as a reference for years. I'm just, as this book by retired Judge Mark Ward, it does have a listing in there. Can I just, would you mind if I just pass this to you?
I'm pulling it up.
Okay, all right, you have it online.
Which, remind me which,
It's 26.6, Judge. It's under submitting a case to the jury. I know you judges have a book that the administrative office gives you. We don't have access to that, but I'm just submitting this as a list and just asking Your Honor to
the court has considered the facilitation in preparing the instructions and did not believe it to be applicable. And I still don't, after having heard both the state's case and the defense case, I don't think facilitation is appropriate to be charged in this instance, although it would be a lesser included offense where appropriate there.
and all I can do is ask the court to give the appropriate instructions.
Right. And I think I hit all of these. You know, child abuse is in there as well, and it's not appropriate to charge. He indicates that aggravated assault and assault are not, but I think if we look at the footnote, we're going to find out that that's because where attempted first-degree murder is charged, aggravated assault would be a lesser included offense. That's in his footnote, so I think I've got it right on that. Anything else? You and I are looking at the same resource.
Yes, sir.
There. I like his ready reference chart for how to do that. It's helpful to me. I do have a separate list as well, and there was nothing different about that.
All right. Just wanted to submit it for comparison's sake, Judge.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so last thing I was talking about was the instruction on the fact that the defendant is not taking the stand there.
That's appropriate. That will be appropriate.
Yes, sir. And so I'm going to eliminate the version of credibility that includes the defendant having taken the stand. I have two versions.
Yes, sir.
There are two versions of the basic credibility charge. One of them includes a
session. Under Judge Mark Hayes presiding.
Please be seated. Good morning, everybody. Anything we need to take up before we get the jury in? Thanks. I'm oblivious, but you already know that, so. All right, now we're ready for the jury? You think they're ready? All rise. All right, let's be seated. Good morning to you all. All right, let's take a roll. How's everybody feeling this morning? Everybody good? All right, good deal. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you had a good evening last night. Got lots of rest this morning. Let me ask you, did anybody have any difficulty following the court's instructions last night about what you could and could not do? All right. Was anyone approached by anyone who wanted to talk about the case at all last night? Everything good as far as you know? Nobody watched the stream repeat of the trial or any portion of it yesterday? Okay. All right. Very good. I think we're good to go then. Mr. Taylor, you ready to call your next witness? I am. All right, go ahead. Chris Napey. Did you say Chris Napey? Naifeh, I believe. Open on. Power out, man, thrown them all for a loop. You can have mine, I don't need it. I forget to turn it on most of the time, but I think it's wired in. How you doing? How you doing? She'll be back in just a second. Any of you all know anything about microphones? How many deputies do you think it takes to fix a microphone? I mean, there's a joke in there somewhere. I know. It's all right. Tell you what, let's let Mr. Nafee go back to the hall and sit for just a minute till we get this fixed. We'll get you right back in. Y'all just sit tight because I know you want to see how this comes out too.
He has excellent desks and tables where he can
gonna let the jury go back to the jury room. I thought it'd be a quick reset, but I don't know what it's gonna be. So we'll be in recess till we can get things ready to go for you, okay? All rise. All right, we'll be in recess for a few minutes then. This one's working. Right, it's a wireless.
I'll never slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.